Ready for the hammer.
Call the regular meeting of the Pennington County Commission to order. I want to thank everybody for being here. Just encourage you to silence your cell phones. The agendas are in the back of the room, along with, if you want to speak, there are speaker request forms back there. You can sign up and turn those into Holly, who's sitting down here on your right. And so we'll start with Commissioner LaCroix leading us in a moment of silent reflection and the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Commissioner LaCroix. Next item is to review and approve the agenda.
So moved.
I've got a motion by Commissioner Hadcock, second by Commissioner Lassiter. Is there any public comment on the agenda? Seeing none, back to the commission. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item number 5, Executive Proclamation. Commissioner Hadcock.
Thank you, Chair. Executive Proclamation, Pennington County, South Dakota, whereas custodians are our first line of defense in the war on germs, and often it is a thankless task. Custodians work behind the scenes and sometimes while we are asleep. Sometimes we walk around them in the halls, not always seeing them on their work as important. And whereas Custodians Appreciation Day is celebrated every 2nd of October each year, it recognizes the hard work that it takes to keep our buildings in tip-top shape, as well as it recognizes the people who diligently work to make sure we have workplaces that are spotless and sanitary. Whereas custodians contribute to critical first impressions and the success of any businesses or organizations by delivering outstanding services and running well-maintained buildings. Whereas their skills save businesses and organizations money, well-maintained carpets and surfaces last longer, seasonal updates and maintenance help buildings to run more efficiently. 2, custodian workers make sure buildings are ready for each season and running correctly. As a result, the buildings are safer and healthier for those who enter them. Whereas the Pennington County buildings and continue to look organized and presentable because our custodians efficiently keep everything in tip-top shape and condition. We, the Pennington County Board of Commissioners of Pennington County, South Dakota, do hereby proclaim October 2nd, 2022 as National Custodian Appreciation Day. All citizens are encouraged to give recognition and show appreciation to all men and women who work as custodians in order to keep our workplaces running smoothly and clean conditions. We'd like to thank today all the custodians that help keep our buildings in Pennington County in clean condition, and all their team effort that make Pennington County a great team for Rapid City and our area here. So thank you for everything you do for us. And October 2nd is your day, and we appreciate you all.
Thank you, Commissioner Hadcock. Mike Cool.
Thank you. Thank you for that recognition. It is appreciated. Since the majority of our custodians do work late at night, it is a challenge often to get at them to come to see this appreciation that you guys show. We do have a few here today. Could you guys come up front here? Today here we have Steve Lucan as our custodial supervisor for the department, Jeremiah Kendall, Dale Anders, and Marie Learkamp. We're kind enough to show up this morning and show as part of our team. As you point out, that they are kind of our front line of defense for our buildings. They are the ones who often identify issues early on. I think that if you just look at the condition of our buildings, I think you can see the pride that they show in what they do.
Thank you, Mike. We really appreciate the work that goes into this. You know, the last 2.5 years, we know, has not been an easy time for taking care of our facilities. And I think you've done a marvelous job throughout. So congratulations to not only you guys, but to everybody that's had a part of that. So thank you very much.
Thank you for what you do.
I'd move for approval.
Second. I've got a motion and a second to approve the chair's signature on the proclamation declaring October 2nd, 2022 as National Custodian Appreciation Day. Any further discussion? Any public comment? Any further comment from the commission? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. Now I'm going to call on Commission Manager Holly Hennies to recognize years of service and I have them up here. Years of service to the county. And I think this is in 5-year increments, am I correct? So obviously, not all the employees are being recognized, but we try to recognize them on a 5-year increment basis.
All right, yes, the Board of Commissioners would like to recognize our amazing staff, and we have quite a few of them with us here today that have reached milestone anniversaries with Pennington County. So I would like to call each one of you up to present a certificate from the board. The certificates basically say, in recognition of your years of dedication, service, and commitment to county government, presented this 20th day of September, 2022. So with that, we'll start with the 20-year employees, and I'm stand down here.
We can. Stand down.
We'd like to recognize David Duma first, please. Civil deputy, 20 years with the Pennington County Sheriff's Office. Nice. Would you present them to him? Next is Kent Ball, building technician 2 with Pennington County Buildings and Grounds.
So Holly, one announcement. At the end, please stay and we'll get a group shot of everybody.
I have some camera shy guys, so.
No worries, thank you. Mr. Joel Morris, Corrections Officer, Pennington County Jail. Brenda Dahlke, Assistant Director, Pennington County Health and Human Services. Ms. Laura Wager, Director, Pennington County Information Technology. Jim Adams, Dispatcher 4, Pennington County 911. Sergeant David Rickey, Pennington County Jail. Ms. Lori Severson, Election Supervisor, Pennington County Auditor's Office. She's busy. Hannah, I'm sorry, I don't want to butcher your last name. Civil Deputy, 20 years at Pennington County Sheriff's Office. Thank you, Tana.
And how do you pronounce it?
He's not here. Dan Larson,
okay.
20 years, Pennington County Shop Foreman at the Highway Department. I understand he is not with us today.
Just enough to use.
Roxanne Erickson, Senior Deputy State's Attorney with State's Attorney's Office.
Do they do that?
Justin Hanson, Detox Supervisor with the Pennington County Care Campus.
Thank you.
All right, those are our 20-year employees. We'll move on to the 25-year employees and start with Danny Ellerton, Dispatcher 4 with Pennington County 911. Gayleen Gibbons, Detox Technician 2 with the Pennington County Care Campus.
And the dispatcher said you were fine.
Captain Craig Wood with the Pennington County Sheriff's Office. Robert Reel, Building Specialist number 3 with the Pennington County Buildings and Grounds Department. Bob's not here.
Irene's not here.
Irene Anders, 25 years with Buildings and Grounds.
Doesn't look like Irene either.
Heather Wood, Lieutenant with Pennington County Juvenile Services Center. Rhonda Bond, Computer Technician with the Pennington County Jail. Sergeant Ed Schultz with the Pennington County Sheriff's Office. No Ed either. Do you want to be Brooke too? Brooke Haga? Pennington.
We got next.
Well, that's pretty awesome.
All right, that completes our 25-year. We're going to move on to our 30-year. Ms. Deb Grote, a CAMA specialist with the Department of Equalization. And Deb is actually retiring the end of this month.
Yes.
And last but not least, Treasurer Janet Saylor, who has served Pennington County for 35 years.
Thank you, Jim.
All right, see if you guys can squeeze up for a picture.
Where are we going?
Stay down here.
Yep.
Try that.
There we go. Yeah.
You know what it's doing that. Yeah, put in. Turn that way. Yeah, way back there.
Do that. We can get the 30.
Back to your phone. Oh, there. Good. Oh, wait. No.
She didn't come up front. Bottom up here.
Okay, are we good? Get some girls in here.
Right now, it'd be on Instagram and public Facebook page.
I don't know.
It's part of that.
That's weird. I can wake up sometimes on purpose.
I know. With everything.
No more Red Bull. Read a proclamation. No more Red Bull before a proclamation. Holy crap, I cannot.
You don't want me to have a Red Bull, I'll tell you that.
No, me either. I tried to read that proclamation, I'm like, Jesus. I just read this, I drank that Red Bull. I could not read that.
No, you did good, Deb.
So a week ago, several of us were at the annual county convention that was held in Pierre. And as part of that, safety awards are given out to those entities that have performed exceptional work as far as protecting their employees for safety. And it not only is a year-long effort to do it, but in order to receive the awards, you have to spend some time putting together the information, basically documenting what you've done for those employees too. And so I want to acknowledge a few people here today that awards were given to at the county convention and ask them to come forward. And the first one I have is everybody has a plaque like this. And if they've done it in multiple years, they get the tag to put on the bottom for the years. But for those that already have this, they're going to get just a paper award. And so I'm going to call on Mike Cool to come up on behalf of Pennington County Buildings and Grounds. This is on behalf of the South Dakota Public Assurance Alliance and the SDML Workers' Compensation Fund. This is for gold level. So exceptional work. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Dave, thank you.
Dave, our assistant director, handles most of this, so.
Super. Dave, appreciate it very much. Now, don't leave, because you also are getting one for the at the platinum level, which is the highest level that you can receive it at also. So here is the one for the platinum. Am I giving you two? No. So your ticket is on the back side. So thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it very much. You bet. So the next two go to Highway, Pennington County Highway. So Joe and Sean, somewhere there around the building, I think. Oh, here's Sean. What'd you do? Let Joe slip on?
I don't know, must have.
That's okay. So you're receiving also two awards. And the first one will be at the gold level for Pennington County Highway, which is a new plaque for you. And then you're also going to receive the platinum level, which you've received in the past also, which is again the highest award. So appreciate it, Sean.
Thank you
Thank
very
you
much.
much. Employees are critical to our business in Pennington County, and we appreciate the effort that goes in to provide all the safety measures possible for them. Holly Hennies, consent agenda.
All right, Commissioners, for public notice, the Board of Commissioners uses a consent agenda to act on non-controversial and routine items. The consent agenda is acted upon by one motion and vote of the board. Items may be removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda at the request of a board member or a citizen. Today's consent agenda contains the following items. Approval of the minutes of the regular meeting of September 6, 2022, and to recognize and thank the volunteers for the month of August 2022.
I do have a request from Mr. Ellsworth to remove number 8, the minutes. Is there anybody else that wants to have any items removed from the consent agenda? Any from the commission?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Roskinek,
I'll move to approve number 9.
got a motion to approve number 9 and a second. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Mr. Ellsworth, number 8.
Chad Ellsworth. Commissioners, I believe it's my duty to be speaking on behalf of your consenting on this item, that it would be doing away, you'd be pretty much shooting yourself in the head for doing so, in that it destroys the SDCL 125-1, which is all public comments given in person or submitted in waiting, become part of the official record of the meeting. That's your own law. That's part of the code, the Pennington County Code. And when you consent to this issue without a vote, without the public having a hearing on doing away with that, I believe you're doing a disservice for yourself and all of the public. To clarify, I am speaking in regard to the minutes of the regular meeting September 6th. And in that meeting, your meeting was involved with the approving the minutes of August 16th, which you consented to at that time. On August 16th, with no rebuttal here, I wasn't here, and you confirmed the August 16th measure, of which you had a debate on item 19, items from the public. There was no public comment. For some of you that were here at that meeting, I am speaking to that specific meeting where it was decided that none of the records were going to be involved with none of the public records. Public records would not be noticed to the commission for purposes of publication, thereby pretty much wiping out the prior discussions. Mr. Roger Thompson came on the issue of the fraud in the elections. This comes at a pretty serious time, because at the same time you had this meeting on the 16th, you were involved with some sort of secret litigation, which turned out to be this PR 2203, which came out just recently. And it shows that you had motive there to not let the public give you notice. I think it's serious, and I request that you not consent on this provision and raise the issue of that particular right that the public has on your commission to give you notice of a serious matter. That's all I've got to say.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ellsworth. I don't believe that we've done anything out of line from the state law or our own rules. So,
Mr.
Commissioner
Chair.
Trasser, did you have a?
Mr. Ellsworth, last time you were up here and I wanted to ask you a question and you continued to walk away, but my biggest question to you is, what do you think that we're exactly missing from our documents? Because maybe that's the part of when you're explaining this that I don't understand or that's not clear to me is, what do you think? I mean, you mentioned SDCO 1-25-1, talking about our minutes and stuff, but what is it that we're specifically missing that you feel that should be in there? And keep it concise, because I wasn't following everything that you're saying.
The first part of your response was concerning my walking away. I was given a limited time under a hostile environment, and it was not my turn to talk again. That's why I didn't answer you. I didn't have any time left. this guy, the chairman there, gave me a 3-minute limit and told me it was over. The second part of your question, what do I want? Why is that document being infringed? It is a sacred right that the public be able to come up here and give you notice of things that are going on. If you don't want to hear it because you're involved with a law case somewhere else on the same issue, that is pretty much persuasive of a conspiracy against the public. I'm not going to get into anything as far as what would come up under a proper hearing. What was at issue is fraud in the election in this town, in this county. You were apparently given notice that, and somewhat would be in favor of what I'm saying back in February concerning that PRR 2203. We never heard about it. It was kept in secret all this time. It was kept in secret when Mr. Roger Thompson came down here in May and sought you out and said, there's a problem. And you granted no hearing. And the same thing happened, I believe, May 3rd and then August 2nd. Now, August 2nd is the one just before this meeting. And in the meeting you had on August 16th, one of your commissioners referred back to saying, do we legally have to put something in the record, because there was a public comment in the meeting before, meaning August 2nd. Now, that would have come out, and that would have been a primary place, a good place right there to discuss exactly with all sides concerned on whether that was public notice that is interfering with your legal stuff that you got divvied up on to other counties so that no one hears about it back here. I can't answer any more than that right now. I think that she should elevate this out of there and have a public hearing on the issue itself, which would be involved with the same CDL, SDCL that I just mentioned.
So just to be clear, you want us to have a public hearing on the election?
No, I want to have, it would involve the election because it goes to that. I want it on the fact that you don't allow public to speak and have notice and entered in the record. You finally done it here. On August 16th, you put in there, okay, we had a meeting, there was no response, there was no meeting. That wasn't true. There was a 2-minute discussion at that time. People came up and discussed during public time the issue at that time for 2 minutes. Several of you were involved. I believe a couple of you were gone. You might have been on the Zoom or whatever. But that was never put on the record either. That would have went toward what I'm saying. That would have been public input. This commission, by not allowing public input, I believe at the same time, the chairman was Mr. LaCroix, mentioned that, well, we don't have too many public comments, so we're not going to worry about it. Let's just put in there that, okay, nobody showed up. Well, that's what you put.
So, Mr. Ellsworth, if you don't mind me asking, so the record should show that, and I may agree with you there, because it should be, and I'm just going to throw some names out there. Mr. Ellsworth came up here and talked about concerns with the minutes. That's just what you're saying should be in there, and then maybe highlight what you're. I'm just kind of walking through just a very minimum. I'm not trying to get super specific right this moment, but for today, in our minutes, you're suggesting that since you're up here doing public comment, that it would be Mr. Ellsworth came up and spoke about his concerns on the minutes, and then maybe bullet point what your concerns were. Is that kind of what you're getting at? Even in the public comments section, if you came back up here in public comment and said, and there was a conversation dealing with the election, then we should put that in there. Is that what you're getting at?
That would be an end point. What occurred in that 2 minutes on the video was a synopsis of the legality being questioned of having to report to the public, had to put it in and be put on the rolls that somebody said something about that and the importance of it. But what happened was, no, what do we have to do? No, we don't have to do that. That's what the concern was. My concern is that takes the legs out from under your commission rights. You don't have the right to do that. You're brought here by the people. The people have the right to come up and say, hey, there's something wrong going on here. You don't have the right to take something. I don't think there's anything more important than the election fraud from 2020 and currently. Mr. Thompson came up here in good faith with good arguments that something should at least have been put on the record, that somebody said something about it. Now, obviously, that would have conflicted with your secret
Mr.
litigation
Ellsworth,
going on.
Mr. Ellsworth, there has been no secret, as you continue to refer to. Every meeting, we allow public comment. Our minutes reflect action activities, anything that we take a motion on. During public comment, we cannot make motions on that. Relative to Mr. Thompson, he did leave some information with us that was checked out, trying to check the validity of what he was saying was happening. We discovered that that was not happening within Pennington County, and therefore there was nothing more that needed to be done relative to that.
Chairman.
Commissioner Hadd.
Can I respond
So,
to that? Can I respond?
1 second.
So, number one, if we have it on video that there's public comment, maybe we should put in public comment who spoke. I don't think that's a bad thing, because we have it on video, am I correct? So it wouldn't be bad for us to put who spoke on public comment. I never thought that was a bad thing. So Mr. Ellsworth might be right on that. Number two, on the secret litigation and the election fraud, Mr. Ellsworth, we have a competent auditor, and Travis also looked into what was the guy's name?
Mr. Thompson. In fact, I had a conversation with him just yesterday, or 2 days ago.
Mr. Thompson's election fraud, which I think is a very good concern, is election fraud, but we have looked into it. Travis, in particular, had looked into more detail as well, and our auditor has been with us, how long, Miss Ollie?
Cindy, I think she's approaching 20 years.
20 years.
Or 20. Is she over 20?
And she's as legitimate as it gets. And if you have those questions, and he has those questions, and he has, they've been answered. There's a trust factor in a sense that it's not only trust, it's you have to trust and verify. That has been verified not only by trust, but verification. So in that sense, Mr. Ellsworth, we trust and verified. So to keep saying secret litigation, you're saying that she did something wrong, and to me, that's just wrong. You're saying this to the public. You're saying that to your commissioners. You're throwing her under the bus. To me, that's very bad. So say your specifics when you're throwing one of our members under the bus and one of our people here and part of our team. It makes me awful mad. Your public notice is I think maybe that's legitimate. But you're throwing one of our people, Miss Cindy, that's been with us, Mueller, a long time. We trusted her, we verified it, and you're wrong. Until you have substantial proof and you bring it up to us, stop. Okay? Because we do take that pretty personal, because she's part of our team. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner LaCroy.
just to follow up, I understand your concerns, Mr. Ellsworth. And at that meeting when we gave you the time limit, the reason was because
you keep bringing up the same stuff, and as you just elegantly heard, that, you know, one of the commissioners checked it out and investigated it. All the commissioners got information on it and felt it was unfounded. And it just seems, yeah, you kept bringing up the same stuff. That's why I put the 2 minutes on you. And just for clarification, anytime a commission, we could have a 2 minute time limit on somebody. And if a commissioner asks the questions, the commission waives those rules for that, just as they did today. They asked the question. But I think, I agree with Deb, you know, we've done our due diligence, and that even at that one meeting, we do care about public comment. We ask for public comment, and we suggested that at public comment, we just put a name, whoever puts in for public comment, and a brief message on it, and the commission agreed on that, just on public comment. We don't want to do that on every item for the simple fact that we have applicants and people testify, and it'd be too difficult to keep track of all that. But this commission did agree with doing that for you as a suggestion for you, you know. And so it hasn't gone on deaf ears, but, you know, here we are 15 minutes later, delaying all the agenda items that people took time off from work to be here and have their stuff heard, delayed because it's the same stuff we've heard, I bet you, at least 6 times. So those are my closing comments.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Roskinek.
Mr. Ellsworth, on our website, our email addresses and our telephone numbers. And I would suggest maybe in the future you try calling us one-on-one so we're not disrupting a regular scheduled meeting. I never got any phone calls from you, and I never got any emails.
Can I respond?
Sure.
That would be collusion. If I'm talking to you outside the public domain. If I talk to you or you guys talk to each other about this, which apparently you have, it's collusion against the public, because the
I beg to
public
differ,
doesn't
but
know.
that's your opinion.
Mr. Lloyd LaCroix, on your comments, you did have a change in your meeting. You said there is a meeting. That was significant. But there was a meeting. You said there was no meeting. There was a meeting there, 2 minutes of discussion. That was on public time. It wasn't, it was to be entered. You've got a law here, and this goes to Ms. Hadcock. I believe you're throwing your own people under the bus, because the law that you're usurping here with consenting to this is part of your county policy and procedure. All public comments given in person or submitted in writing become part of the official record of the meeting. It can't be clearer. You are hurting yourself badly here.
Thank you, Mr. Ellsworth. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chair, I just have a quick question for Holly.
Commissioner Laster.
Holly, the packets that we have, they have all the public comment and things of that nature. We keep one copy for the records. Is that correct?
You are correct. The policy that Mr. Ellsworth is referring to is a policy that the board approved back in April. And the sentence that I have in there is being, I don't want to say misinterpreted, but being understood differently by Mr. Ellsworth than how we actually handle the documents in the office. So that's where some of the confusion is coming from, is part of the public record. The board does not have to ask for public comment on every single agenda item. They do have to have a space during items from the public. That is required by law. When someone comes in and gives you comments on like the planning and zoning items, if they're opposed to something, that in our world, we consider that part of the official record, and it goes into the packet and it's on file. Mr. Ellsworth is speaking, that isn't how I intended that sentence to be applied. And I will absolutely clarify that in policy, but you have not violated any open meetings laws. The documents are all out there for everybody to see, to review. It's all part of our office's public record.
Gotcha. Thank you, Holly.
Mr. Chair, can I make one clarification?
Commissioner LaCroy.
Not to drag this out, but I did say also at that meeting, we do have a complaint or concern form in our office that anybody from the public, if you have a concern or a problem, please fill it out and they can investigate it. Leadership will look at it and see how far it goes and get back to that person with our findings. So, I mean, I did clarify that at our meeting too, so we do have that option also. That also keeps a paper trail of action taken or investigations. Thank you.
Can I have the last word?
Go ahead.
I did not mention the auditor or anybody here that works for you guys. This is all on you. I'm not throwing anybody under the bus. I've not mentioned Cindy's name. I have not mentioned Holly's name or anybody that's input any of this in here. This is on you. And if you shoot yourself in the foot here or the head by taking out the rights that are given to the public to notify you for something as extreme as election fraud through what Mr. Thompson was saying, you should be removed.
Yeah, I assure you that there's no fraud. We checked that. There's no fraud. And I'm now looking for a motion to approve. Item
Move for
number 8.
approval.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried. Item number 10, Barry, Health and Human Services.
Come on now.
Good morning. I'm Barry Tice, the Director of Pennington County Health and Human Services in the Veterans Service Office. And as you know or are aware, Pennington County has always demonstrated our abilities to create successful public-private partnerships. And the Crisis Stabilization Unit, which is set to open at the end of this year, is the latest innovative partnership with public-private entities. In anticipation and excitement of the completion of this regional facility, many partners involved in the design and implementation are here today. And I wanted to mention those in attendance, including Amy Iverson, the CEO of Behavior Management Systems, Don Claymore, who's the President and CEO of Midwest Marketing, as well as Sheriff Tome, Chief Deputy Mueller, and Chief Deputy Welchel, Jay Alderman, and the President and CEO of the John T. Vakurovich Foundation, Alan Solano. With the expertise of Don Claymore and her wonderful staff at Midwest Marketing, we're here today to share the proposed new name and logo for the Crisis Stabilization Unit. As you see in front of you, Pivot Point, your path to behavioral health. This has actually been a work in progress for a couple of months, and a great deal of effort has been put into the name and the design of Pivot Point to really meet the mission of this facility. And with the support of the building committee, we of course are asking for your approval of this today. I appreciate Pat Sajak up there walking around with so I wanted to invite Amy Iverson up to provide a little more information on Pivot Point and the opening here at the end of this year.
Thanks.
Welcome.
Thank you. As Barry said, I'm Amy Iverson, new CEO of Behavior Management Systems, so new to this project. Behavior Management Systems will be running the services that are operated out of Pivot Point and working with the folks with mental health issues or who are experiencing a mental health crisis and need some short-term services and support to stabilize and stay in the community and get linked to ongoing services to hopefully prevent the ongoing revolving door of folks kind of coming in and out needing that kind of support. So that's really the overall goal, reduce admissions to the emergency room and to Monument West. So I believe it's called Monument West, Monument Behavioral Health. I'm so used to saying Regional West. So I'm really excited to be a part of this. BMS is really looking forward to getting this service up and running. We are posting positions and beginning to recruit staff. As anyone who operates businesses and hires staff knows that's going to be a challenge to find the folks we need to get the service up and running, but we're beginning that process so we can hopefully find the staff we need to be ready to meet the needs of the community. So I'm really impressed coming in new with the partnerships that are present here in Pennington County and the work that's gone into not only naming the facility, but making this a reality. It's really impressive. I spent almost 20 years in state government prior to coming here and know the needs of the state really when it comes to this kind of a service. And it's really impressive to see the work that's gone on here. And I'm super excited to be here and that I get to be a part of it now. So.
Super. Thank you, Amy.
Chairman.
Commissioner Adcock.
So I've been watching the building from the ground up. I live a couple blocks from it. It's pretty cool. And just watching and looking at the building today, I don't know if anybody's been by it. It is an amazing looking building. So it's pretty cool. And then now they're going to have a nice logo on the front of it with a moon on it. So it looks pretty cool with that blue moon on the side of it. These guys are like, stop. They always know I'm going to make fun of their logo. So it's a pretty amazing logo, and the name is definitely fitting the building, and the path to your behavior health is pretty awesome. So Pivot Point is a pretty awesome name for the building and what it represents. So good job, guys. So pretty impressed. So.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner LaCroix.
I agree with you, Deb. How we got to this point, I think history is a little bit helps quite a bit, because just like the CARE campus, and a lot of people don't know the CARE campus started out on Silver Street in a house by some residents, and now look what we're doing. The same thing with the Crisis Care Center. Alan, I'm going to put you on the spot because, you know, the Crisis Care Center was first started on North Street, and by a group of individuals, and now you replaced one of my highly respected ones, Sandy Deagles, believed in the partnership and with behavioral health, and that's where that started from. And look where we're at now with the care campus and everything all in one spot. It's just amazing the work that this community can do to bring people together to get things done. And, you know, a long time ago, they used to just treat alcoholism as sobering people up. They didn't deal with the core problems. And it's not only alcohol, but it's the drugs. A lot of it's the mental issues. And having a comfortable spot to come to is amazing, and it's going to be great. You know, I've brought in people into the Crisis Care Center that needed help, and it's done amazing work. I think starting it early in conjunction with other stuff is really going to make a difference in this community. And I just wanted to, Alan, thank you for the service that you did and that committee that Brett worked through that. And now that, and you're continuing on with the Recovery Foundation's belief in this community, along with some other philanthropy. But this is an amazing thing, and the work that you guys did with this, the Pivot Point, is absolutely a great way to name the place and taking the stigma off of mental health.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Roskinen.
I just think people need to know that this facility is located in Rapid City, Pennington County, but this facility will serve all western South Dakota. So it's not just Rapid City, Pennington County, but it's West River, South Dakota. And I like the idea that's keeping families together instead of breaking them up and sending them East River when they need the family the most. So I think it's a great facility, a great concept, and appreciate all the stakeholders that made this happen.
I want to thank you. Not only is the name creative, I think, but the whole idea and concept of this was very creative going back years ago now with the thought process of bringing this idea forward. So I congratulate everybody for the work that's been put into this. Can't wait to see the end result. So thank you very much.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner LaCroix.
I'd move for approval of the logo.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second. Is there any public comment?
Barry, got anything to say?
No, we look forward to BMS
Okay.
starting to move forward with this, and of course, there'll be more exciting announcements here in the near future, so.
Super, super. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you guys for
Thanks.
your work.
Item number 11 calls for executive session. Yeah, thank you. Item number 11 calls for executive session. Mr. Ellsworth is asked to speak on this in advance of a motion. Mr. Ellsworth.
Chad Ellsworth. I speak in an objection to the session with the provision that everything be made public because nothing has been put on the agenda indicating a need for it. Nothing, no reason. There's a violation that I brought up that you just consented to something that took away a violation of your own laws, which would make it even harder to be able to hold something from the public, which is exactly what you're doing with the consent agenda just mentioned. The packet did mention that you've got an employee background check done again on Mike Butler. That was on you want pages and stuff. It's in the packet on the 9/20/22 thing. This is the same guy that I've been asking for the last 2 or 3 months. He was involved with the
Mr. Ellsworth, will
impeachment.
you point out where that's at? I do not know.
On the agenda.
No.
Page
The
393.
agenda,
It keeps bringing up.
executive session, this is
No.
not,
Page 393 of the
this is
packet.
not on the.
Is that
agenda.
dealing with the executive session?
This, you're talking about executive session, not,
Yeah,
this
yeah.
is not about executive session. Thank you. Mike
So-
Butler is not on executive session.
Mr. Chairman, I just had to ask a question. So you don't think that we can go into an executive session to have a discussion about contract stuff that shouldn't be in the public because there's some discussions that has to be done
It-
without,
Yes,
They're giving out
your own
private
laws say
information.
that there shouldn't be, you shouldn't use it to an extraordinary measure and only under law. The laws that I looked up state that you got to have a reason to call these things. You call it every time, and most of the time you don't even use it. So you've got the public sitting there used to you pulling what is this, secret session?
No, it's not.
Without anything going
Call
on,
the
without any
question.
public
No,
report.
no,
I'm gonna,
Question.
All
yeah.
in favor of the executive session? I need a motion to go to executive session.
I'll second that motion.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
I
Opposed, motion carried.
move to go into executive session.
Mr. Chairman, what, point of order here. I'd like to make a clarification on the motion, that we're making that motion for contractual discussion.
Oh.
I'd like to make a clarification on that, please. That way it's documented in the record why we're calling the executive
Go
session.
with the-
My motion would be to move to executive session pursuant to SDCL 1-25-23 for contractual and pending litigation.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried. Call the meeting back to order.
That is fair, too.
Move to come out of executive session.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried. Item 12, buildings and grounds.
Good morning, Mike Cool, Director of Buildings and Grounds. I guess I'm going to speak here first. Last week, I had to be out of the office for some health reasons, and I wanted to comment that Kevin had a lot of stuff dumped on him quickly they had to deal with last week, and he did a great job with that. With that, I guess, he's had the most recent conversations on some of these matters, although he kept me informed all along the way. So they give him the opportunity to present these items for discussion, and I'll comment where appropriate.
Thank you, Mike. Kevin?
Greetings, Commission. Kevin Burton, Senior Construction Project Manager with the county, Buildings and Grounds. So the pictures before you are of the courthouse tunnel. There's steam tunnel surrounding the courthouse from when it was originally built in 1922. As you can see, they're definitely degrading, collapsing in upon themselves. We presented last commission meeting about this project as it's a building committee recommendation to start design work on replacement of these crumbling walls. It's a two-part thing where we present one meeting and then ask for approval on the second meeting. So we have a design proposal. I apologize, I do not have that folder with me. But it's 83 or 53,000, somewhere in that neighborhood.
Yeah, design proposal for $53,650 from Albertson Engineering. And so we are seeking authorization to enter that contract, and then we are also seeking an overall design budget of $80,000.
Those will be from the accumulated building fund as approved by the building committee.
As recommended by the building committee.
Back in January.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner LaCroy.
I think you guys did a good job presenting this at our last meeting and going through this. So you're looking for the motion to go into enter into some contracts for the engineering and so forth. So you'd be okay with two different motions?
Correct. So we'd be seeking a motion first to authorize me to enter into an AIA contract form of agreement with Albertson Engineering for this work based on their proposal dated August 9th of 2022 for the courthouse tunnel, 1922 courthouse tunnel replacement for a lump sum fee of $53,650, utilizing
$53,000, yeah.
Sorry, $53,650.
Plus any applicable reimbursement
Reimbursable
expenses.
expenses.
And this is going to come out of the accumulated building funds, correct?
That's correct.
That would be my motion.
Got a motion by Commissioner LaCroy and a second by Commissioner Ross Connect. Any public comment in regard to this? Not back to the commission. Any further comment, questions that the commission has? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Mr. Chair, I'd also make a second motion to authorize Mike, co-director, to have design and administrative decision-making authority for the 1922 courthouse tunnel replacement project, including signing application documents and necessary agreements and expenditures authority up to $80,000 as a Pennington County representative.
I've got a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
And a second. Any public comment on this motion? Back to the commission. Any further comment, questions? All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item B on our agenda is a project we've been working on since February of this year. We enlisted the services of BKV Group. This is the same group that did a master plan for the county back in 2010. So I would like to introduce Bruce Schwartzman and Henry Pittner of the BKV Group. I'm going to let their expertise speak, and I'm going to get out of the way and allow them to present to you what we've been working on. So it's a cumulative plan. We'll go through what our needs are, some of the options we've looked at, and then what our final recommendation is today as a snapshot in time. So,
Thank you, Kevin. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, good to see you. I'm Bruce Schwartzman, a senior partner with BKV Group. We're an architectural engineering firm that have been practicing this type of study and doing this work for many years. And as Kevin mentioned, we actually did your initial planning back in 2010. So this was a continuation of that to kind of see where that information was, how the county population has grown, and how that has impacted your operational spaces. So we've been working on this, as we mentioned, about 7 months now in doing this analysis. And the agenda is a quick overview of the information we've done. We did a data and projections analysis of population, the 911 calls, the court data projections, the jail data projections. From that initial information, we then started our space programming, which had a number of processes that we did with staff and the building committee to review it. That then resulted in some concept plans based on confirmed space needs, and then where we are today with the current recommendation of the planning. So it started off with issuing a programming questionnaire where we went out to all the various departments and asked what their space needs were, what their primarily with staffing changes, operational changes, to look at what they were doing and where they were going to better understand them. We then did tours, we documented the existing conditions, we interviewed the various staff to go through the information we received. There was a space standard from the very beginning, and I do want to remind the county that, you know, this initial building was meant to be 5 years at the time based on budget constraints at that point in time, and based on population and changes that are occurring in the county, you're seeing these space needs now. There's a lack of space to support the staff that you currently have. Once we had verified the information, then we were able to put together these space programs that delineated the space that was needed for each department. And we vetted that through, and it's scrutinized to make sure that it's appropriate space, so that the spaces required for a certain position are based on what their responsibilities are. So if it's a workstation, if it's an office, and what those were. And so we went through that information. From that, Henry then started developing some concept plans, because the space program gives you the squares, the building blocks to putting together the concept plans. And then as Henry started to put together the concept plans, we identified what could be done, what couldn't be done, evaluated pros and cons, how we were going to handle parking in the long term. What is a phased implementation? So one of the very driving goals at the very start of this is how do we best utilize existing buildings? So it was how do we utilize these buildings and potentially move people around to accommodate long-term space? We're in the process now, based on our presentation of the commission and some future steps, of finalizing the report, and then ultimately it'll have the final recommendation as well. So data projection, as you've all seen within the community, your population continues to grow. You see houses built, and you see what that's happening. And we talked to Elevate Rapid City. They gave us some general statistics and data on what they're seeing in the Rapid City area. We looked in the state generally to try to see what additional information we could find. And then we know the Ellsworth Air Force Base is also grown. And that's going to have more homes and more staff associated with that. So what it showed us in a big picture was that there's potentially a 23 to 30% growth factor that's occurring within the community. And as I mentioned, that growth factor then puts more demands on the county services you provide to your citizens, as well as the entire judicial system that supports the county.
So the growth is in every department as you think about how parts and pieces go. The call volume, for example, on the 911, and, you know, the CAD is getting more and more integrated, so those take longer to put together. So when you look at that growth, that it actually exceeds the 30%, getting up to 60% overall for our baseline. So it's an important statistic. In the courts, same thing is happening. The cases are continuing to grow, you know, after the COVID drop that you see in the diagrams here. But those, because the cases are getting more complex, that number continues to go up, and then that affects the jail proportionately, because, you know, things keep moving on that. So we're looking between 55 and 65% on the growth.
And on the courts, if I could just add in, what we're seeing here is what we're also seeing nationally, that there's actually more felony cases that are occurring across the country. And the complexity that Henry talked about in those cases is that there's more process involved with a felony case, which then impacts the state's attorney, public defender, and the court system.
Continuance, and, you know, it keeps moving on. So which then, of course, relates to the staff. So, and the amount of courtrooms that you'll need to make those happen. So, with that 55 to 65% growth on the judicial side, basically what you'll need is one additional court by 2035, and then two more after that for the duration to 2045. So it's pretty significant to take up a building that you have now without the space in it to be able to do that. The jail, likewise, as all these things compound, the jail receives everybody. You have a total bed capacity here in the downtown of 601. The operational capacity is less than that, so it's somewhere around 85 to 90% of that, because you have to be able to slot people by their categories. So the real capacity is at 525, and as you can see in the diagram here, the green line is that operational capacity. The red line is total beds. You have nothing more to give at that point. And you can see in the yellow, you're exceeding that regularly, and you have been for quite a while, since 2015, and you were right at the line all the way through. So that capacity has been exceeded continuously. So when you look at that in terms of admissions into the jail, that's increasing, and the women population is increasing the fastest as you go through. So typically we'll see in a lot of our communities, they'll go from 10 to 15% to 20 to 30%. So you're in that high range as you go through. And the capacity of the booking center is pretty far behind, with 29 potential spaces for people in that, but you're regularly getting 50 to 68 people a day coming through the booking area, which, and with peaks, you're close to 100 on that. So it's severely undersized as you look at all of that. So the outcome of that is you need a bigger booking area to make everything work overall, to efficiently move people and get them in the right classifications so that they need. Similarly, the bed count is, as you saw, the capacity is already being exceeded regularly for quite a while now. So as you look at the need and project that out, and it's always, projections are always tricky, because legislation can change things and policies can change also. So we like to put it in a range between, so we think in what we're looking at, between 900 and 1,200 total beds is what you need to fulfill the 20-year period of time. And so what you'll see in the master plan is we're out of space and we're physically out of locational space. So pretty interesting from that. So all of those factors led to our program requirements.
And from a staffing standpoint, when we look at specifically the county administration building, public safety, the jail, the courthouse, and buildings and grounds, you're dealing with current staffing of about 914 staff. What they currently have for operational areas is about 411,000 square feet, or 450 a square foot. What was initially planned, which was the standards that were put in place about 10 or 12 years ago, was about 470 square foot. So really, they were crunched on space as we started, and they're limited space right now. What we're looking at in the 20-year projection is total staff could reach 1,340. Again, there's a lot of factors in that, but that's what is being projected based on what you look at current operations and current staffing need, that it could get up to that point. So we're looking at that as a long-term plan.
So can I ask something?
Mm-hmm.
So they did not plan for enough space when they first came here in the first place?
So it was planned for more, and what happened was the money didn't fit the need at that time, so less got built than what was needed at the time.
Okay.
So that's the issue there. But it was planned properly and approved properly. It just, you didn't have the money at the time to do what you needed
Everything
to do
we
to
needed
go
to
for
get
the
done.
long term.
And what this report confirmed was that the growth continues to occur within the city and the county, requiring that additional space.
Correct.
I guess what I would add to that, to Henry's comments, or that there were projections out there. There were concerns about how much we were going to build at that time about it. The projections have proved themselves to be more accurate, and I think you'll see that coming up here yet. So it was a choice made that we weren't going to spend that much money at that time to address needs, and we're short now.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Roskinek.
so your current, you got 450 square foot, that would include common areas too, restrooms, hallways, and?
Everything, yes.
Okay.
And when you look at the 20-year need, it seems like a really big jump in staff. What you have to realize, this includes all your public safety components that are 24/7, 365. So that number exponentially gets bigger as you move bigger. So, the percentage, if you crank out the percentages, you're like, what are you doing? But that's how it works. So that's why that number feels a little off.
What's crazy is the jail part that you showed us, when people don't think, and I get emails all the time, that they're saying that we aren't arresting people and there's, the jails must be empty.
Yeah.
When it's not showing it based on bookings, it's not showing us on how many people and the jails are full.
Yes.
That perception, for some reason, is not getting out there that the jails are full, that the bookings are being overbooked, and that we are not doing anything to try to combat crime in Rapid City. So,
Yeah.
Based on your numbers and the showing of your numbers, people are not understanding that for some reason. So, the police and the sheriff's office and everybody are basically doing their job and actually doing it well.
Yes.
Enough to show that, based on our jails and based on their bookings, that not that they're overworked. It looks like in this sense, they are overworked. So
And you've also
I think
seen.
the public needs to know that not only are they doing their job, they need enough space to keep doing their job and even doing it better. So
That's correct.
Your community as a whole should be given a lot of credit, because your public safety organization, your sheriff and the police department are doing a great job trying to address the issues on the street. But you're also providing, the crisis center and other things to support people that have other needs, mental health. So your system is not just locking people up, it's providing some potential approach to helping for recidivism as well. So community is doing a lot to not just have to lock people up, but locking the appropriate people up.
well, that's what I mean, because we have other facilities besides our jail that are full. And then we have detox, we have crisis stabilization, and then we have basically where they can stay for a day in our, if they need a place to stay, just for.
Safe beds.
Safe beds, sorry.
Right.
Couldn't remember the name. So that tells us that that's full, our jail's full, our booking's full, and people sometimes, like I said, are sending us emails that we're not, doing enough for our law enforcement. They're not doing enough. They're not doing enough for our businesses, for our community. And if they could see these numbers, if they could see what the other people are doing in our crisis stabilization, our safe beds, and our detox, they'd be surprised how much our law enforcement and our even our ambulance and our other people are doing, our fire people are doing. They go around to the different places on the bypass that we see every day. It's amazing how much work they do, and it shows through your numbers, which I'm impressed, because I haven't seen the numbers for a while. I'm very impressed by what you guys have done for our facilities and what you're keeping track of. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
I'll start this one off. So this is a culmination of the space program. So you can see by department what the program projections were for each department in the blue column on the left-hand side right there, that showed the square footages that were projected in the standards for each department. The green column just next to it is really what the current is. And so there were some shortages that were noted. There's a few that increased, but there was some that, were emergency management which was increased from, or was majorly reduced from what it was initially planned to what it was built. So you can see across the board, from what was initially planned in 2010 to what was actually built, there were some shortages, again, like Mike said, to really try to align the final project with the budget. The 2022 projections is basically using space standards and what that space, how much space should be accommodated. So there's roughly about a total of about 7,000 square feet or so that was reduced from what was planned. And really, that's almost exactly what's showing what's needed now.
Yeah.
So had it been built that way, right now you wouldn't have a pinch. The pinch then comes when you start to look at the 5, the 10, 15, and the 20-year projections, which are based on staff growth, operation, increased calls, increased court cases, increased system strains, requires that additional staff and additional spaces to accommodate that. And that really kind of does align with that 33% that we're talking about.
All right. And then overall, then you can expect that with that growth, everything except for the jail, you're somewhere in the 20% range short of what is needed overall currently. And then as you project that for the next 20 years, it's another 20% approximately. So it's a big lift to get to where you're going, at least. And the jail, a little bit higher than that at 24% as you move forward. So that's what this diagram is trying to show in the growth. And then we took a look to see what were the biggest areas of growth, and it's a tricky piece because a group like Human Resources, which is very small, that is growing, will have a higher percentage of growth required. But what we looked at, because we were using the 30% marker as growth, normal growth, to see who was growing bigger than that and why. And so we were able to quantify why, but so the chart itself, this portion of it just shows anything that's above 30%. So, and then we looked at it by area to see what areas are associated with that growth, because the size matters at that point. So you can imagine the jail has the biggest growth in area as it comes through, where the public defender still has a high number, for example, at 57% growth, but it's only worth 5,400 square feet comparatively, at least. So it just kind of gives you that kind of a summary to that. So what that led to, yes, sir.
One interesting note on that last slide is most all of that need is for a justice type situations. This is your jail, your police, your courts, and your attorneys. So those are the highest need for spaces, is the whole justice center piece.
Right, and but it doesn't mean that the government part hasn't. That's more in the normal curve of because it's better based to the population. So that's really the difference in what you're seeing in the numbers.
And this next slide kind of lists then really what we saw. So public safety, the PSB, the public safety building, an increase of potentially 15% needed. Proper separation between the public and the security areas is clearly something that needs to be addressed, and I know the sheriff had been concerned about that. The opportunity for training, any first responder, any public safety person is only as good as their training, and training is critical space. It's needed. The jail, we talked about the increased capacity and where that needs to go over time, as well as the court cases and the court case rooms. Government center, as Henry said, really what we're seeing is there's some public safety components. There's some judicial components within this building, public defender and state's attorney, and they're growing. Their staff is growing to meet the court caseload demand and things that are happening. And there's some other growth within the other departments that is going to need to be recognized. Buildings and ground has kind of made do with some cramped spaces and limited areas, and they really do need some better operational space and more operational space to support what they're doing for the campuses. Yes, sir.
We did not put him up to that comment.
And then, as a side note, we did, of course, meet with the highway department and all that, we met with all the county departments just to make sure that in our report, we addressed everybody's long-term needs.
So as we've been doing this for quite a while, you start with a matrix of ideas on how you might accommodate some of these things, because the concepts just don't come that easily with as complex as the facilities are here and the locations of parts and pieces. So we started with that big piece. What it led to was multiple options as we kind of explored, and I won't go into all of them, but there, we had 4 that initially we took to the building committee for review and discussion. Just to get the ideas out, and then those generally led to, and they were widely varied in terms of how we utilize the downtown and all that. The option at the end of the day, what was very clear was we're out of space in the downtown, and there was a discussion about other types of properties that might be available that we should be thinking about and looking at. But at the end of the day, the other part of that is we put dollars to each of those options initially to see where that would be. And this is, of course, the master plan type of estimate, so it's a rough order of magnitude. So it varied depending what we were looking at and how it worked. But at the end of the day, none of these options was quite right in what we were looking at. But some of the ideas that came from that were, we just don't have enough space in the downtown, particularly for the jail needs. And that gets you looking at how do you develop a plan if you can't develop a jail, for example, in the downtown. So big piece, which leads us to our current recommendation.
And again, I do want to state that an overarching goal was always best utilization of existing buildings.
Right.
And so really where that started to lead, and I'll kind of lead off with some of this, is it ultimately showed us that we could make a public safety justice campus work in the downtown core, with then the county administration potentially vacating to go to another property, and that was kind of part of the overall plan. So
Yeah.
I'll let you kind of go through this.
Okay, so the long order of it is you see the 2 arrows that have the 1A and the 4A, and the idea is that we need to get a remote site. Don't know where those are, and what the opportunities are, but you have to start with that premise that you're not going to build another tower for the jail, for example, and you're out of room in the government center here, and because of the parking situation and all of that, it's probably a better use to move that out also somewhere else than on this campus. As Bruce mentioned, the big idea is to kind of create a public safety piece using the Lamplighter site and perhaps getting First Street as part of that grouping so we can properly fence it, get the right amount of parking, and look at those kind of needs as you go. And it ties nicely together with the evidence building, which actually was built for the right capacities for the future, so we're not recommending any additions to that. What it then leaves is the rest of the campus, and I've got little vignettes of all these pieces, so let me run into that quickly for you. So as I just described on the what the plan is at this point is to take this building and turn it into the public safety building. The square footage is about right for what the uses are. We would keep emergency management, and we would keep the 911, and we would figure out how to make those things grow appropriately, mainly the 911 from that end of it, and we have the shell space across, things like that. So, but it requires us to go somewhere else with this building and the occupants of this building. So with all of that, there's still ideas of how we start moving people from public safety into here and the types of renovations we need to do, things like that. For the most part, kind of the third floor and up. Not many renovations needed there. It's mostly offices. It's really the level just above us that needs a lot of work in reconfiguration in some of that to make all the functions work properly. But it'll make a really great campus and should fit the needs for the full 20 years as we move forward.
Yeah, and I do want to reemphasize what Henry just said, that all of these concept plans are based on 20-year projections. So you would not find yourself in the same situation in the short term.
So the nice thing is you're realigning your assets. You're not eliminating assets, and you're getting it to the functions that can work well. But you still have to have a remote location somewhere within the community for the government center. Then what that leads to as you continue on then is public safety buildings. So when you move sheriff's office and the police department over, you now have a building that's empty. So how do you utilize that building? Well, it happens to be a pretty good spot. Put the state's attorney's office on the upper 3 floors of it. They fit nicely in that, and because it's pretty well configured with a kind of appropriate spaces and yet to be designed, but as we look at it, we don't think there's going to be a ton of work needed there. And then the thoughts of how do you deal with building and grounds. The current location, obviously not great, not sized properly, no loading access, things like that. So we would anticipate doing something with that at the front of the building to get some loading access, having the main office being on the first level of this. And then to make other dominoes work properly, court services, the probation arm of the courts, they would need to move into the first floor and have that space remodeled for their use, at least for the initial piece. And then as the growth continues of that department through the years, we'll eventually have to put an addition around the northeast and south side to make that work, but that's kind of a deferred piece, not needed right away from that point. But we need to get them out of the courthouse so we can add the courtrooms that are needed for the next 20 years in that space also. So that's kind of the synopsis of the old public safety building, which will now become state's attorney, building and grounds, and court services. Then moving on, so another good realignment of things. So as I just mentioned, the existing court annex piece, what we'd be looking at there is as we move the court services out to the new building, that then allows us to improve in-custody access from the jail to the courts, so that's more secure, it's handicap accessible, things like that. It then adds a couple of additional courtrooms that we need as we go down the line, so that'll get us pretty far, and the support spaces that tie to that. Nothing else would really be done at that point, and as we look at your parking needs in the future, that existing lot that's out there, if we double that up, build something underground or something there, that would be a consideration as you move forward and look at that, unless there's other things that happen in the interim. But we will need more parking eventually for the campus there too. And then the last piece is the jail, and again the arrow indicating that we're out of physical space in the downtown to do what we need to do. And with that, what you would end up looking at, it's a complicated situation. You've been talking for the last year about refurbishing the main jail component with the pipes that are coming from the top floor all the way down, which then also includes the cell front fixing of that. Quite a bit of money invested in that, and what we're suggesting at this point is let's hold on that, use that money to purchase something outside to begin with, get enough beds to make up that difference. But then we would recommend at that point to remodel the lower level where the intake is, and you have the vacated space of the kitchen and laundry previously before you built the annex, and that space, you'd expand into that area so a new booking area that would be appropriate for the size that we're looking for, that will serve us for the 20 years with a new vehicle sally port attached to that. Then somewhere down the line, as you continue to look at capacity to get to that 1,200, you're going to want the second and the third floor back, and then you make that investment at that point to do the cell fronts and all of that, and additional separations that you would need there. But we think the what we're recommending for the main jail still allows you capacity because of the annex and the new intake center to properly serve the courthouse so that we can get people back and forth there appropriately. And then remotely, you'd have the rest of the jail out.
So, Mr. Chair,
Commissioner LaCroix.
just for clarification, I think you repeated it very well, but I just wanted to triple up on it. What you're saying is we need probably about 300 to 600 more beds.
Yeah.
Because we're over capacity right now, we're running at the deep. So we'd look for a facility that we could do that with, and once we find that and get that set up, we can empty out some of the floors of the jail in order to do the remodeling. And it'd be more cost effective to do it that way because they would be cleared out in order to do that.
Yeah, if you take the money that you were going to do the remodeling for, you're not getting more beds.
Yeah.
So the idea is let's go buy a building or a site or whatever ends up happening at the end of the day. Let's go get that. It's going to be cost effective to do that. You'll get more capacity that you need in the medium range of that. And then when you're ready to go again, the main jail is perfectly well distributed in how it looks. You just need some more separations to get better classifications and reduce, from 60 to 16 to 24 person units to give the jail the flexibility it needs. But that initial investment should be off-site first to get your capacity, and then you come back and do that remodeling at a later time.
I just wanted to clarify in that because a lot of that work that needs to be done on the jail, the reason why the costs are so high is because of the security of doing it and people coming and going, the inconvenience of it. So I like that concept.
Yeah.
Just a comment on that, you hit the nail on the head right there is, the challenge we have is we have a jail that's running at 110%. Somehow we got to be able to try and remodel that building and keep it operating and maintain security through all of that, which is going to add to costs. All of this, it becomes really challenging project. So in this way of approach to doing that creates a location we can put people. It gives us an opportunity where we could literally do a project down the road that would be much simpler because we're not dealing with all the security and operational issues of that facility during that time.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring that up because a lot of people don't understand during construction some of the restrictions that are required for a jail. I mean, checking in tools each time you're in and out and the time. So if you're doing all that, you're actually getting 6 hours of work and 2 hours of check-in. You know what I'm saying? So that's where we're at.
And I'm glad you explained that so people don't just think, well, you're going to remodel this thing, you're going to go buy a building just for this remodel. Well, they actually need more room and more space in a different place anyway. So it works out good that we needed more space somewhere else in the community that we could use no matter what, and that they could remodel this space that they needed, which be more efficient and effective, come back with this space plus the other, which in the long run, probably Brian can explain a lot better why, besides me, but you had explained it better to me. Brian, can you explain it so the public can actually understand the second, third floor and the housing and why we needed the offs, why we're doing the, okay, just explain it, Brian, before I mess it up.
Good morning. Brian Mueller, Chief Deputy Sheriff-elect. Can you specify what you want me to
Okay.
explain?
So we temporarily have to abandon the second, third floor housing. And then we're doing that with the caveat that we're looking for a different space that we're going to use for booking and that we're going to use permanently. But it actually works out perfectly that we need to do that anyway, that you cannot and probably should not be working in this space anyway because of security and trying to renovate a jail at the same time that we need a different space for the future. It just makes more sense to get a different building, renovate that, and then renovate this as a second.
I'm glad I came up, but you said it perfectly. And it is very complicated, and we would not be able to do the work that we need to do without getting rid of more contract inmates. We've already gotten rid of approximately 80 of our U.S. Marshal inmates because we're running at such a high capacity. We would have to continue to get rid of more of those inmates or farm out some of our local inmates to other jails in the region to accommodate that. So this is best case scenario for us, would be able to create some existing space, move the inmates out, and then be able to have the time on our hands to do the remodel when it was more efficient.
Mr. Chair.
Excuse me. So why do we have to remodel? We're saying we have to remodel so the public knows it's the second and third floor for more housing. Why do we have to do that, Brian?
Well, it's not so much a remodel, the infrastructure in that original building
Thank
is
you.
wore out. So the HVAC, the plumbing, a lot of the wiring is very problematic. It's causing us a lot of problems, a lot of headaches for buildings and grounds, a lot of operational issues for the jail. And so we've known for the last couple of years, we've been working on a plan to try to get that taken care of.
And that was the bottom line. And we've been trying to do this since I've been a commissioner. So that was the bottom line for redoing the jail in the first place. The infrastructure was the biggest part, and we kept putting it off and putting it off. And that's another reason, was because we didn't have anywhere to put the inmates, and it would cause a big problem for security and just trying to do this. So we also had the big problem at this point is that we are over capacity in the jail. So we needed to find, at this point, another place for your intake because you're over capacity, if I'm correct, based on the needs, as the gentlemen have said, and you could maybe reiterate some of that. Your intake area is overloaded and the jail is overpopulated.
Yeah, correct. But right now, the numbers that they showed were very accurate in that you shouldn't be using your intake space, the booking space, for jail bed housing, but we're currently utilizing that at over 100% for jail bed housing, plus trying to do the current intake and releases out of that area. It gets pretty dangerous for staff, and it's not good operationally for the jail. So,
And you shared that with the police department, if I'm correct.
correct. All of our system folks that we work with on a daily basis are aware of the issues that we've had with that for the last several months.
Okay, and I don't think the general public knows that the sheriff's office and the police department share that facility.
The public safety building, correct?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Commissioner Roskinek.
So the point I was going to make out, when our current jail, 601 cell, when it wasn't at full capacity and we had the extra cells, we would house federal inmates at I think $85 a night. And if you just use an 80 that we lost at 85 a night, 365, that's $2.5 million of, not only do we have a problem, but we're losing an income stream to help solve the problem. So by adding another 600 beds, if they're not at capacity, which they won't be, well, we won't build them all at once, but that's a large income stream coming from the sheriff's office to offset the cost to operate the jail.
And not only the income, but it's also has public safety repercussions to it too, because the federal inmates that we house are people who live, they're transient back and forth, a lot of them from the reservations to Rapid City, Pennington County. They're committing major crimes here in western South Dakota, and I believe as sheriff, I have a duty to house those inmates also.
Okay.
One thing I just would like to add in terms of the comment is I think it was a very eye-opening experience of what the projections ended up being overall for growth as we brought that into part of the study to really look at that. These guys have an amazing ability to crunch numbers and tell us what's happening. They're actually helping us rethink how we think about all of these operations as well, doing that. But that knowing those numbers down, or what's coming down the road, helps make these decisions about how to, if we need 600 more beds in this time frame we're talking about, that helps really reframe how we consider the problem we're trying to solve, and makes it feasible to look at another site where we don't have the capacity to build that many more cells on this site.
And I agree, because what happened in the past is they said, well, let's just make do. And when you make do, this is what happens, is later on, inflation and everything else happens, and then you're way behind the curve, and you've cost yourself millions more in the future by not planning ahead. So, again and again, this happens, and it doesn't matter what business, whether it be taxpayer dollars or your own business, if you do not plan ahead, you're costing people a lot more money or yourselves a lot more money by not planning ahead. And that's what's happened with this building and for us in the future. So I'm glad we're looking at the numbers now and trying to plan ahead of what we need and for the jail and for commission and treasurer in the court system. Because again, how much is it going to cost us later? That's huge. So
As you can see, construction never is less in the future. It's always more. And exactly what you all are doing, which makes a lot of sense, and every county and every state should be doing it, being proactive about long-range planning.
well, what happens is politics gets in the way of some people.
That's
And unfortunately, it's about the people and the people you serve, whether you like it or not. You can play your politics all day, but if it's the people you serve and what's going to happen to your employees and your team for the future, and what's going to happen with your jail systems and stuff, what we've done in the long run is not, it's a disservice instead of a service to our people, so.
Thank you. Is there more for the presentation?
A couple more slides and we'll pour out of it.
I've got a quick comment. Just so the public is aware, we did look at options of building a jail adjacent to our existing jail. And we priced that. That was in some of the earlier options. It meant destroying property and building more, and it was a lot higher cost than what is being projected. And in looking at an off-site jail, all of our intake and releases are still going to happen at our existing booking area. So wherever we find a spot to build a new jail, it's just going to be a holding facility. We're not going to be bringing inmates in or releasing them from that property. It's just going to be a transport to there. They're going to be housed, and any court operation or releases will happen at the main jail downtown.
Okay, thank you, Kevin.
the last few pieces that we'll present and quickly go through is the schedule. So then, based on this, the phases that Henry showed, the schedule shows kind of a rollout of that. And really, starting from 2023 to 2026, how you would go through the design and the planning process for each one of these spaces to get them nailed down, to do the particulars and the planning that's needed, how you would bid out the projects, and then the pink lines or the purple lines, I guess, up there are really the construction period. And again, it's based on priority and a space to move, like we say, county administration out to allow public safety, the public police and the sheriff's office, and then at the same time address some of the jail needs. And then the long-range one then addresses the courts as you get into late 2024, 2025, then looking at having the courts piece completed. This was just a kind of a preliminary layout of that piece. The last then is the cost, and what we've been doing in all these studies these days is we have been looking at a high and low range. And the reason being is, as you all know, anybody that's involved in any construction costs have fluctuated greatly. Between 2020 and 2021, across the country, we saw anywhere from a 14 to a 20% spike in construction cost. We're still dealing with material availability from the pandemic, and that's causing things. So we're showing a high and a low. So as you go through these, you can see that for the potential new office building, there's 1.5 to 2.3, temporary space about $1 million and 1.5, public defenders office space and structure 5 million to roughly 5.8 to 5.9. The conversion of the county administration building, roughly 2.2 to 3.3. Public safety remodeling and conversion for about 4.4 to 6.5. Courthouse remodeling, about 4.7 to 5.6 or so. Then on top of those construction costs, we had contingency for the miscellaneous and the unknowns at this point in time. It's a high level, as Henry mentioned earlier, this is a level of magnitude at this point in time. So we had contingency. Soft costs are the things like new furniture or furniture requirements, any soil borings that are required for projects, professional fees that are associated with the project, and some implementation as well. And we're showing some possible purchase property costs as well, for a total of about 30 million to 39.8 million for the government justice services. Not jail, but government services. I know you want to go through that one.
So then, as you go through with looking at a remote jail and putting that all together, and then doing the remodeling of the lower level of the main jail for the new intake center, booking intake center, somewhere, as you look at all of those numbers, at the end of the day, it gets you about right around 39 to 46.8 million dollars. So it's a big number, but a very, very expensive proposition. We'll continue to look at other opportunities to perhaps purchase a big box facility so we can put pre-manufactured cells in, things like that. So these numbers are a rough order of magnitude, and we'll continue to work with all of that, to be sure we get the biggest bang for the buck as we move forward.
And this does include everything. So you can see part of that is the remodeling of the existing floors like we talked about, which could potentially be deferred into the future.
Right. And we also just took a swag at a purchase of a building of, somewhere around 94,000 square feet, something in that range. So depending what we are able to find and get. So when you look at it overall and you combine everything, it's 69.3 million to 86.7 in the range. Overall. So that's kind of the rough order of magnitude. There's lots of work still to do. As you make decisions and progress, the master plan is a living document as you look at it. So every aspect of it may not happen exactly the way we show it, because we have to do a lot more work in the design. So, even this building and what we do, as a public safety building, we've made some assumptions, we've done some layouts and things like that. But at the end of the day, you actually have to do the design work and have the meetings with all the teams that are doing each one of these parts, so that we can make sure we meet the correct needs. Even though we have a program and all of that, you still got to go through all of that.
But this report does give a good direction.
Yes.
And so what Henry's talking about is really the final coordination as you move into the projects. If there's any other
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Roskinek.
So based on your experience, both of you, relative to the remote site,
Yes.
what's your opinion? Is it going to be cheaper to go out and buy a piece of land and build that thing right to our specs, or is it going to be cheaper in the long run to look for an existing building that we can move in quicker and remodel to meet our needs?
Yeah, I think from my experience, getting a building shell, whatever it is, whether it's a big box or a warehouse or other things like that, it'll go faster. So, because you have the shell already, you have to do a lot of remodeling for the plumbing and things to get all of that working properly. But It still is going to be faster, which means when you shrink the time frame, you shrink inflation and the costs with that. So what we're giving you is kind of a worst case scenario in the timing and where that falls and works that way. If you have a site and you start fresh, there's still possibilities there of how you do that. It may take a little longer to put the building together and build it and all that, so you probably have some more costs. But it might be, depending on the properties, each of these you have to look at and vet and see if it actually makes sense and whether you can add on to it in the future. So future boards will have options of what they need to do and things like that, so.
And as the sheriff-elect mentioned, if you have to release people or not accept people, inmates, because you don't have the space to shift them around as remodeling is occurring, that's going to cost potential revenue as well. And really building off-site for that component would be, in our opinion, the least expensive.
So when you build something new, normally your major depreciation happens in the first 10 years of the building. So it's just like a car, you build that thing new, in 10 years, you've lost a lot of value just due to the depreciation, so.
Yeah, I think the other thing to consider with a jail is a jail lives in dog years, because it's 24/7, 365, and the time that it's usable without having to completely overhaul and refresh is a consideration as you look 30 years down the line, and because that's about all you can get out of it until you have to. You're experiencing it right now with the main jail, right? With the plumbing, and infrastructure issues, it's going to happen. And so in the new design, you would, your current design in the main jail, for example, has all the cell fronts, have the triangle in the front where all the pipes come down, and there's every 2 cells there's pipes coming down and doing things. So it's a massive undertaking logistically. The new designs would have a chase behind the cells with the cells, all the plumbing going back there. So it's in a non-secure area, so you don't have to worry about your tools, and a lot of the stuff's, you can see it, so you're not, hiding it. So retrofitting in the future is, and doing the proper maintenance that you need to do is an important feature of a newer jail also, and gives the sheriff's team better vision into the locations, and
Excellent.
it's a much better facility then.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner LaCroix.
Well, thank you for your presentation, and, I believe this commission's been proactive. I mean, since I've been on, they've been looking at what we knew we're running out of space, and that's why we contracted out with you guys to provide us what we need. And quite frankly, it was sticker shock, probably what the past commission did when they built this. They had sticker shock and couldn't find the funding to do everything that they needed to do. And so what they did is it did the best they could and had to kick the rest down the can to us to work with now. And I think as this commission moves forward, I believe that we want to repair our community for the future, not 5 years down the road. I don't want to get by just for 5 years. It's going to be difficult because not all the funding's there. We're going to have to look at some different options, do things in steps and phases and so forth. And so, what you guys provided us with some good numbers and the process of how to move forward. And I'll give kudos to the Buildings and Grounds crew for looking out in our community and seeing what was happening and keeping our facility as it is. So I just wanted to mention this commission. I think they have the vision to move forward.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions for Bruce Nanner? Now I do have a speaker request for him. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mike Mueller. My entire career is spent in facilities management and construction. So the work that's gone into this was impressive. The departments that were shared information. It's a shame our communities become so dependent on government for so many things, and to see the public safety needs and everything else out there. I'm a small government guy, so I see that some of this growth may be imminent. But a few questions, a couple comments. Has there been inclusion in this plan or planning? As COVID hit us, we had a lot of folks that could work from home, and they are still working from home. Are there clerical positions? Are there positions within county government that don't need face-to-face with that person that has to step up to the counter or go visit with somebody? Is it HR? What departments could do that and do their work sufficiently? And I hear productivity is even good from those who are working at home. So if that could factor into some of the body counts or people count that we got here. I've not studied your budget to see where the money may be, but I'd be curious, and maybe I just looked this up, what Rapid City Police Department has for dollars. If public safety is a big push of this, how do they influence and contribute to this through the city of Rapid City? What are they doing now versus what this could become? I'm sure Mr. Drummond out here is looking for bonding possibilities. Legislators are probably hearing the tick of a possible bill request for some funding because the crisis stabilization unit was funded through the state legislature. Other things are done, but either way, it's a tax dollar. So just cautious of how we approach that as far as adding to the tax burden to folks. Also, any new building, any building you occupy, if it's a $10 million building, 2% of that construction cost is going to be your M&R, your maintenance, repair, your operation and maintenance. So you got to add that into your operations budget when you start expanding your square footage. So keep that in mind. It's a couple $100,000 a year just to operate that building. And then there also would be payroll costs, of course, with staff increases. But just wanted to throw some comments out there for your consideration and understand there's a lot of work went into this. So, but it's a very aggressive schedule to have all that building done in a year plus. And I think the soft costs might be a little bit light when you take consulting fees at 7, 8, 10%, whatever they might end up being. And then you take FF&E, fixtures, furniture, equipment, things, 15% might be a small number. So just a caution in that regard too. So thank you.
Mr. Chair. Mike, I agree with you on the, folks working from home, and I think to a certain extent that is the case. But I think we can both agree that there's still got to be that face-to-face interaction between the public and public service. So, but I just want you to understand that I do agree relative to the more folks working at home, but that don't work for everything.
Not everything. Nope. Thanks.
Thank you, Mike.
Do I have a motion relative to accepting the assessment?
So move.
Second.
I've got a motion by Commissioner Roskinek, second by Commissioner LaCroy to accept the Pennington County Facility Needs Assessment results as outlined by BKV Group and acknowledge the space planning thoughts of how to best meet those needs for the least upfront costs. Is there any further public comment? Seeing any further comment from the commission? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Next item we have is Kevin and Mike.
Apologize, give me a second here.
That's Kevin Burton, construction manager with Buildings and Grounds. Next item on the agenda is building committee recommendations. As we were working with the BKV group, we realized that the offsite properties might be a good viable option. So we started looking at what might be out there and what might be available. We brought some prospective properties in front of the building committee so that they could review those and see if they felt like it would meet those qualifications of what we may need. So this motion or this memo, this proposal before us, was looking at that, and they actually found two properties that they were moving forward to recommend to this body for purchase. One of those properties is located at 900 Concourse Way. And so this is a building that was a call center. It was Synchrony Financial Building. The previous or the current owners have put a whole lot of deferred maintenance cost into the building. It's got a newer roof, all new HVAC equipment. It comes complete with FF&E. It comes complete with a lot of the infrastructure for telecommunications and computer networking and all of that. So we felt that this would be a really good match for the administrative offices per BKV's recommendation of an off-site property. It's got lots of parking for public and staff. It's got, it just is and then price range was less than $1 a square foot for that piece of property as listed, well, just over, it was listed for about 8 million. So our recommendation is that, or the building committee's recommendation is that, you know, we consider this piece of property for purchase. Another piece of property.
Can I add a little bit there? So essentially, there have been discussions in regard to pricing of that. The commission, the discussions have led to, we thought that the commission may be willing to consider a price of approximately $92 a square foot, which brings that building in at just under 7 million.
Just under 7 million.
As Kevin pointed out, $92, you can't build a house today for $92 a square foot. It is a fully built out, or as you can see, some of the amenities fit to the building as it is right now. All the furniture, everything comes from it. It has all the HVAC equipment, as Kevin pointed out, has been updated in 2018. The challenge is that there isn't a market for these type of buildings right now, so that's something that the county can potentially capitalize on.
To expand upon that a little bit, the HVAC equipment was all replaced with high efficiency equipment. All the lighting was upgraded to LED, so operational costs in this facility are very good, low cost, long-term items. There's quite a few zoning units. There's 45 HVAC units on this building for 76,000 square feet, which allows a lot of separate zoning.
That works well in relative to us needing to create some separations relative to departments and things like that as well, so.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Roskinek.
What are the number of striped parking spots?
I believe there's 508.
More than enough to meet our needs on the site. So literally, if there is the potential, there is some property available nearby as well, adjacent for other considerations, but we could literally build into the parking lot right now, expand the facility at some point if we wanted to, and still meet our parking needs.
The square footage of this particular building would meet all the 20-year growth for all of the administrative departments here. So we wouldn't be looking at needing to expand any additional square footage in our 20-year scope and probably beyond.
Mr. Chair.
Okay. Commissioner LaCroix.
And first of all, I think, this is a heck of a deal for this building. Knowing what we know after the presentation, me and Ron are on the building committee, and Deb was on it last year, if I remember right. And, looking forward 20 years, even the furniture, if you looked in there with the furniture, you've got some of the high-class partition office walls, for the open space, so you're gonna have that concept. I remember when the concept for the Care Campus for Barry's, he put some, they call them cubicles, but they're making them nice enough now to where there's a lot of privacy in these cubicles. It creates, more teamwork that way. But with this facility and the price, it's just a no-brainer. It's something that I think if we want to get it done throughout the year, we're coming up to like $7.6 million is what it comes out to at $92 a foot, square foot. Am I correct? Somewhere around there.
Less than that.
Less than that, 6 point. So I mean,
6 point, it's less than, a little less than 7.
yeah. And I think I was talking to Deb earlier about when this addition was built. I thought it was 8 to build back then, but it was higher than that. Am I correct?
It was, 200 and some dollars a square foot, I think,
Yeah.
overall for
So,
this
you know,
building. That, and compared to what costs are right now in construction, that's cheap.
yeah, and the idea, some of the, moving the sheriff and the police department in here and making this the public safety center makes sense. You got 911, you got emergency management, you got everybody in the same building. You've got, all in this area. And also, we're partners with the city on the safety building already, so there's going to be some cost savings as far as that goes. I think we got a lot of things could work out, but the first step is this. I think we would be looking out for our public 20 years in advance by doing this right here.
Yeah.
And still look forward to working what we need to do at the jail. And we could work with that. So I just wanted to express how this all started. I'm repeating myself, but how this all started was looking at our surrounding campuses. And I give kudos to you guys for looking out there in the market and seeing what was out there. Because you knew the building costs were, if I remember right, for like the new jail was $500 a square foot for a new tower. So, looking out and seeing what was out there and what we could do for different alternatives, I mean, that was pretty aggressive and good on your guys' part for the taxpayers.
Well, I appreciate the building committee bringing this suggestion forward. This is something that we can't act on today, but we could schedule a special meeting to take this under consideration.
Chairman.
My recommendation would be is that we call a special meeting for 8:30 a.m. on September 27th, which is next Tuesday.
Just a couple things, Chairman.
Second.
All this facility needs and this building and this special meeting and all this, people have to understand, been on the building committee for a long time. For the last 5 years, we've been talking about different buildings and purchasing different properties for parking and for buildings and grounds and other needs of the county. So it's not like this just came about the last couple of years and we decided to do a building. So the last 5 years, there's been different needs for different things that we needed in the county. The jail has needed that infrastructure for a while. Health and Human Services, some of the crisis stabilization, some of the stuff that we needed. People in the community understand, again, for the last 5 years, this has been a need, probably in the last 10 to 20 for some of the jail needs. So buildings and grounds, I don't know how long you've needed a building, but we've put you off for years and years. So again, when they were looking to do a building, unfortunately, when I first started here, we were behind the curve and poor Mike Cool, I gave him lots of, okay, I'll say the word crap, about doing this building and not having enough room from the beginning for all the needs that they started with, because they did not want to spend the money in order to fit the needs of what they had for the people that were already needing the amount of facilities for the people that already needed to be in this building. So that was crazy for me. Because anytime I have a business, if I don't have enough room for the needs of the people to, in order to run an efficient building, that's just crazy to me. So to save money, they didn't build it big enough. So if you start behind the curve, you just cost yourself a lot of money, and then you're moving one step back instead of one step forward. So again, let's see if we can do it different for the future and hopefully do it right, and also make it so the facilities for the jail and everybody else for the future, that is done right, and also listen to what the public is saying and what Mike's saying. On some of it, maybe we can have people work at home and work it out that way. Because I know a lot of the businesses, I know there are a lot of the call centers and stuff, they have people working at home. I don't know if that would work for us, but we are listening to you, Mike, on some of this. I know state's attorney has done a bunch of this in the past, but I also know you want efficient as well. So for me, it kind of scares me to send people home. Some people are very good at home. Some people, I did see a special on some of it, Mike, to listen to you, that some people, even with their kids, they had some mental issue problems because they weren't getting out in the public. And then when they came back, or they tried to put people back to work, and maybe you haven't seen this, this might be crazy to talk about, but it's true. They couldn't go back into the workforce or even go function in public because they stayed home so long that it was kind of weird for them to go back into society and be around people. So maybe that seems kind of weird, but it was something that I never thought about before. A lot of the COVID creepy, I called it, mental illness came from a lot of the stuff that they sent people home on. So some of that, yeah, I look at every aspect of everything, Mike. So I am listening, but all of that plays into many pieces and parts of everything we talk about. But I'm hoping that we are ahead of the curve and people don't just think we're buying buildings just because we have nothing else to do but spend taxpayer money. But this is futuristic. We have looked at it with the jail's capacity, and I'll keep saying it. That's the main thing I keep saying. People in the last couple of years, for me, and we know this from Nick Urey and others, we aren't arresting enough people. We aren't doing enough through the police department. We are not doing enough through our law enforcement. They are not working hard enough, and they are not taking care of our criminals. Those jails aren't full. They aren't doing anything. They're just letting those criminals go. You hear that enough. Again, I have weekly motels, and I can tell you, the police department, sheriff department, your fire department, your people are working diligently in the law enforcement area to do what they can. And as you can tell, these people that were here today on the building needs are telling you that those jails are full, and that the police department and the law enforcement are working diligently to do what they're supposed to do, and they are filling up the jails, and they are filling up the care campus in the crisis area, trying to do everything they can to do the right thing with mental illness, with detox, and arrest the people that are doing the things that are trying to protect the people in this community. But they need help. They need buildings, and they need things to help them as well. So we are doing that by Pennington County, and the city is trying to help us get that done. So I know this is a long speech in one sense, but the other, it means a lot to this commission. It means a lot to our community and our sheriff's department and our department heads, that we move forward in a positive way to make sure their needs are met. And Kevin and Mike Cool have worked diligently with BK to make that so this is possible with all the facts and information, that this commission at this point can make a good decision without the public thinking we are just spending taxpayer dollars just to spend taxpayer dollars to make pretty buildings and not fill them up in the right way and do the right thing by the taxpayers. So thank you for all, from BK to our department heads to Mike and Kevin and the building committee, to do the right thing. Because at first I'm like, you got to be kidding me. This is a lot of buildings and a lot of stuff to present, and It looks kind of crazy. But then when you see the numbers, ask Kevin and Mike, I kind of drilled them a little bit with a couple of things, and then saw the data, and it was amazing what they came up with and the facts and information, and I base everything on that. People know that. And it was pretty amazing. And if you ever want to look at their data, they have it, and you can look it up online as well. It's good, and it makes sense. And again, we don't want to be behind the curve like we had the last building, and then get stuck where we are today. So, thank you all for everything you've done. It's pretty amazing. You worked hard. It took a lot of work, and it took many years. It didn't take a couple months to get this done. So, thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Roskinek.
I think where we're at is the motions that we make now, we're thinking of future administrations that'll be in this dais 15 to 20 years from now. Because you don't want to have to sit there and build these type of buildings and facilities 10 to 15 years, because that would have a major impact on taxpayer dollars.
Thank you.
Chair, may I just make one quick comment? In regard to, in terms of the decisions that were made in the past and these decisions that are before you now, I think, I think there would be general agreement that now is a time where we believe much more strongly. We know that the growth is coming. We know that that we have a lot of challenges coming, and we got to do something about it. That we didn't probably have, everybody didn't have that same feeling when some of these choices were made in the past. I guess I would consider you that there's a lot more evidence that we have to deal with some real serious issues in the near future.
Thank you.
You're being nice, thank you.
I do have a motion and a second to schedule a special meeting for Tuesday, September 27th, 8:30 a.m. to consider purchase agreements for the recommended properties.
So moved.
I've got the motion and a second.
Sorry.
Any further comment? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cindy Moeller.
Cindy Moeller, Pennington County Auditor. The next item that you have on the agenda is a resolution relating to some bonding issues. As you just heard, we're going to be in need of some funding. And what I looked at when I was asking Tom to prepare this is to do it in such a way that we're not going to have to go over our property tax cap. So this will not have to be referable. And we can keep it within bond payments at about 5.5 million or so, except for the first year. And what that will do is utilize what we had budgeted or what you had budgeted for the reserves for accumulated building. We would need to use those funds for a couple of years, plus about another $600,000 in order to make that first year payment in what we're starting with as numbers. This is not final by any means. It's what Tom has prepared for us so far. And if you have questions on the resolution, I would defer those to Tom Grimman from Collier Securities.
I'll ask the commission. Does the commission have questions relative to this? Would you like to have Tom come up?
Sure.
Tom, come on up. First of all, congratulations. Tom is a first-time grandfather here over the weekend, so congratulations, Tom.
Thank you, Commissioner Drews. Yes, first time grandpa, little boy on Sunday afternoon, so that was pretty nice. Too bad the Vikings couldn't have done better. Of course, you guys are all Denver fans out here, and I followed that Denver one, didn't they? So that's good. Tom Grimman from Collier Securities, used to be Doherty & Company. I hit 30 years with the company back in July. I think I mentioned that when I was out here with my last presentation about how to do financing, and I'm here to answer any questions. As Cindy pointed out, basically we're fitting this within the budget, within the money, within the building fund that you already have, that you're already collecting for the dollar amount that we're looking for today. And so there's no raising of taxes, moving forward. So it's within the cap.
What's the cap? What's the total amount cap, I guess?
I don't know. That would be a Cindy question. I don't know.
The cap that I was referring to is the property tax cap, where we can't go above what we levy other than the state certified CPI and a percentage of growth.
Okay, so that would be,
It depends on the year. That amount
okay, so,
changes every year. But as far as what we're looking at funding right now, as I believe the resolution limits an amount not to exceed 45 million.
okay. Thank you, Ms. Cindy.
Questions? Any further questions?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner LaCroix.
I move to approve the resolution relating to the lease purchase of county buildings, authorization for execution, delivery amendments of lease purchase agreements and ground lease, and approving the authority of execution related documents and authorizing certificates of participation.
Got a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
And a second.
Chairman,
Commissioner Adcock.
so when you do 45 million, you pay how much per year for that bonding? Or just depends, like you said, like basis can,
What we're trying to keep it around is around the 5.5 million for our bond payments, principal and
year?
interest payments per year, yes.
per year, okay? Basically, you're paying 5.5 for, how about interest?
For all of the bond payments, that's principal and interest.
Okay,
Yep,
thank you.
For 30 years.
Thank you.
So Tom, I guess the question is we know that the interest rate is going up at this point in time. So getting the bond going sooner rather than later is probably to our advantage at this point.
It is, and I mean, I can bloviate on all that if you'd like, but yes, I mean, the simple answer is yes. Interest rates are going up. We were in a nice, kind of a nice little phase there from June to about the end of August, where rates were trading within a certain range, not very far off. And I think a lot of people thought maybe we had hit the top. And then the Fed came out and said they were going to come out and do another 75 basis point increase. So that really threw the markets, I think, a little crazy. I don't think they expected that. And I don't know if that's this week or next week they're going to do that. And so the interest rates have gone up even more since that time period. And even Cindy said, well, what can happen in a couple of weeks, because it takes a while. Well, in a couple of weeks, we've added at least 25 basis points to this. And what's important about this is that we're trying to fit it within, and I know I probably threw you for a little loop on that cap thing. I just know you have so much money to spend, that $5.5 million, we're trying to stay within that. So if we stay within that, obviously if interest rates go up, the amount of construction dollars goes down because you're paying more interest out to meet that $5.5 million So I think just from June to today, you've probably lost a couple $1 million already, $1.5 million.
So, Mr. Chair,
Commissioner LaCroix.
so as to follow up on your question too, I mean, we've had incidences where after about 3 years, we've redone the bonds and gotten lower interest rates in order to make the savings. I think we've done that a couple times in the last 5 years, yeah. So, I mean, yeah, we definitely want to get them before they get up there too high, but let's not forget that in a couple of years that we could redo them.
Right, we can come back and do a refinancing later. Some of the legislation that happened in 17 with the tax code changes precludes you from doing what they call an advance refunding ahead of the call date. But you can do a taxable advance refunding, which is what we did back in 21 with your 15, 16, and 17 issues, which saved you guys annually, I think, about $1.5 million. So there was a lot of money that was saved in those issues alone. That's helping the county now for this building project.
Absolutely. Well, we appreciate you helping us and looking out for us, because I know you call these things to our attention too, that when the timing is right, start taking action. So
I'm not a big fan of coming and pushing anything. I've never done that in 30 years, but I've never been in a situation like this. So when I talked to Cindy about, if you guys are serious about doing this, inflation's going to be with us. Most economists are predicting for at least the next 2 years. So Will we end up with rates? Some of us are old enough to remember the 80s. I was, relatively young. I don't know if we're going to end up with rates that high, but, in the 12% range, I don't know. But if you're going to do something, why take that gamble? We should move ahead now. Rates are still relatively low compared to where we were at, or where they have been historically. Now, where they were at a year ago, I would have said that would have been great if we could have done this a year ago. We would have done a lot more money a year ago. But again, it is what it is. We can only go forward. And, we think rates are going to go higher, especially with the way the Fed is talking. So
Okay.
it's
Mr.
a good
Chair.
time. Good time.
Commissioner Ross, can
A point of interest, we approved a TIF earlier, Rapid City, and the pro forma, they were using 7% for that pro forma, so they're already probably anticipating what we're talking about now.
Yes.
Okay. Any further questions? Tom, always appreciate you coming out. Thank you very
If
much.
you have any questions, give me a call.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Got a motion and a second to approve the resolution. Is there any further comment, any public comment? Back to the commission. Any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item 13, Joe Miller.
Wasn't sure if you can take a break there or not. Good morning by 3 minutes here, Commission. Joe Miller, Pennington County Highway Department. Item number 13 is award recommendations for aggregate stockpile, AG 2022-3. We advertised and let a crushing contract for the Hill City area. We only received one bid. This pit is on Nichols Creek up off of Ditch Creek Road. That area, we're in need of gravel. We have a limited supply at our Copper Mountain pit. This bid actually came in about $225,000 under what we anticipated. We let this contract a year ago and it came in, I think, right about 525. So we used that number this year to budget. And, I think what Sean's suggestion was to advertise it when a contractor could get in there did us good here. So they were able to get in and see that, and it came in quite a bit under what we had budgeted. So
To approve?
I've got a motion to approve and a second. When you start talking about lowering the cost, Joe.
Got us.
Any public comment? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item B.
Item B, so this is an agreement with the National Forest Service. The Forest Service, Nichols Creek is a Forest Service pit, and they are interested in crushing some aggregate on our contracts. So this is just an agreement between them and us. Essentially, we pay the contractor, and then the National Forest Service pays us for this. So it's a pretty good partnership. They get what they need, and the public gets better roads. So.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, move to approve agreement number 22R11020300-051 with the Black Hills National Forest for Nicholas Quarry rock crushing.
Is there a second?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any public comment? Any further comment from the commission? All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item C.
Item C, so this is as directed by the Board of Commissioners at our September 6th meeting. This is a resolution designating Wisehart Road as a minimum maintenance road due to the construction in a section line and the additional footage that was added to the road here at the September 6th meeting. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Lassiter.
Did we touch base with the other individuals off of that road to let them know, or is there a public notification for it other than this?
So there is no, I don't know if Tracy or Megan's in here. I think Megan's listening in the other room, but I don't believe that we looked at the public notice and there's no public notice for minimum maintenance, only no maintenance, if I recall correctly.
Okay, but did we by chance reach out to those? Because if the individuals are used to Wisehart Road being plowed and all that kind of stuff, how much is this going to impact making it to a minimum maintenance?
So the road will still be plowed, right? It's going to be at that 6 inches instead of the 4 inches. And pretty much nothing else will change because that road doesn't see the amount of traffic to get bladed 3 or 4 times a week or a month or whatever. So with the minimal amount of traffic on it, I don't think they're going to see much change.
Okay.
But the answer is no, we did not notify them. I did not reach out to them.
Is there a motion?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner LaCroy.
move to approve resolution 2022-09, 20-122, designate Wishart Road from East Highway 44 north to .33 miles north of Highway 44 as a minimum maintenance road due to it being used only occasionally or intermittently for passengers and commercial travel.
Is there a second?
Second.
And a second. Any public comment? Back to the commission. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you, Joe. You have more?
Item D.
We want to take a break for that one. No offense, Joe.
Item D.
I'd like to, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I'd like to propose a 10-minute break. Make a motion for a 10-minute break.
Got a motion for a 10-minute break.
Second.
And a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. Back to Joe Miller.
All right, it's afternoon now, so good afternoon again. Item D, so this is a request to move the highway department to an independent wage scale. There's two different options in front of you. There have been several different factors leading up to this request, the main one being the ability to attract and retain employees. Over the last year and a half, we've offered highway worker positions to roughly around 20 individuals that we've started tracking and have been turned down for various reasons. Number one being monetary wise, it's just simply not enough money for somebody with a CDL and truck driving experience. We're currently down 4 FTEs, excuse me, we're currently down 3 FTEs in our Rapid City division now as of this week. With being down that many FTEs in our Rapid City division, meaning there's going to be snow removal that's going to be delayed going into this winter if we don't fill those positions, such as Rapid Valley, Countryside South, those types of areas. We're going to have to prioritize our routes or our snow removal routes to make use of the employees that we do have. Since 2018, our turnover has actually increased. So we looked at it from 2007, I believe, all the way up to 2022, and our turnover increased 50%. Majority of the factors, we didn't start tracking this till probably late 19, but a majority of the reasons are people are leaving for ventures for more money after we get them their CDL, or they come to us, get some equipment training, and then now they're more valuable and they go to other places. Our current base starting wage is $16.67. Yes, I know we can hire that up to $18.40, but that really takes away a tool out of our pocket, being able to give somebody a raise after they've started and doing well, right? So we hire them at $18.40 at step 5 if they have a CDL and they don't get another raise for a year and a half. So this starting wage at $16.67 is actually about $9.61 below the average posted starting wage in Rapid City. It's actually $3 an hour lower than the city of Rapid City and the state of South Dakota starting wage currently. So that $9.61 actually comes from Tom with Elevate. We met with him after he was here and gave a presentation to you all, I believe, sometime in August. I don't remember what the date was on that, but he's able to pull all the job postings with a wage. So the average starting wage for a truck driver or somebody with a CDL is 26 and change in just the Rapid City area. I also polled about 31 counties in the state of South Dakota, just the highway superintendents, speaking with them and emailing. As you can see in your packet there, we're amongst the bottom third of the counties that we've polled, but we have we're in the top third for the amount of mileage that we cover. So with that being said.
Joe, just stop there 1 second.
Yep.
Okay, so when you talk about us being 8th from the bottom out of those 31, you're talking about our hourly rate at $16.67 and fairly close county, Lawrence County, at 2475.
Correct.
Okay.
The counties are listed there with their amount of mileage, their population, and then what their starting wage is. So,
Okay, big difference. Okay, sorry.
nope, that's all right. I was done with my presentation there. Turnover is very costly. We estimate it between $25,000 and $30,000. We haven't had the chance since we signed up to be a CDL trainer to train anybody yet, but the schooling for that is around $4,000 if you were to send somebody to WDT. Now we can do that in-house. It just takes some time and labor. I'm assuming it probably costs around that $2,000, $2,500 mark. Not quite as much as expensive to send somebody to WDT, but there still is a cost there. So we've done several different things. We've done the hiring bonus. We've done some videos to try and get our department out there to try and educate people on what it is we do to try and attract and retain people. And we're still not seeing the applicants that we used to see prior to 2018.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Lassiter.
Couple questions, Joe.
Yes, sir.
How do the benefits of these other counties compare to our benefits? And are any of these other counties on a 4-day work week like you guys are?
So of all the highway departments I know of, they're on a 4-day work week. I don't know any. I take that back. Meade County last year went to 5 days a week during the wintertime like we used to do 2 years ago. But all the other counties are all 4-day work weeks. And I didn't pull the benefits. Tom and myself and Gary met last Thursday, was it? And, kind of, you can add 25%, 25 to 35% for benefits, but bottom line, the people are looking for what they're I understand the benefits are part of our package, but those don't pay your bills, they don't put gas in your car, and they don't put food on your table.
Mr. Chair, oh, you're done.
Go ahead.
Commissioner LaCroix.
Joe, I talked about this with you and I understand Elevate and all that. I do believe, I know our drivers are needed that jump. We need to get up there. Do we need to do it as a whole department right now? I'm split on that because, I look at these numbers, but then what I'd rather like to see is our other admin assistants come in see what theirs are, and we be fairly consistent. We know there's some job differential in other ones, but I think that's just a little bit too much of a pull. Absolutely, our skilled labor has gone up quite a bit. To hire somebody, I think you're wanting to get that up there just like the sheriff did with his, and I'm okay with that. But later on in our agenda, we have the discussion of the compensation committee. I think with getting all the departments together and having that discussion, so we're not way off like on some of the other ones, because quite frankly it's fairly. But I know we got to get some of those other wages up. As Travis has said, we ain't going to be able to pay market value.
Absolutely not.
We're not. So our advantage is number one is the structure, the 4 10s a week, possible overtime on the weekends with that if they want. Right now, what's out there is we got people in the field that are working 6 days a week, 12-hour days or longer. And so they're going to get burnt out at some point and want structure of your department. That's my belief from my feelings of what's out there. But we do have some great things to offer that aren't always seen. But I think we got to get that wage up there to where it's at least with a livable wage.
Chair.
Commissioner Adcock.
So I went with Joe to Tom's office just because what Tom was saying made sense. So what drove me crazy is that we were trying to figure out the last couple of years on Gallagher. First, we were doing job description. Then pretty soon job description wasn't working. Then every time we'd go to executive session and you guys know this, we'd have these changes. every week, every other week, every 2 weeks, and, geez, oh Pete. We just couldn't get it right, and it wasn't no fault of anybody's. Holly's shaking her like, yeah, and it was driving me absolutely crazy. So we kept saying, think outside the box. We need to do the wages. Maybe it's the benefits. Maybe it's the work week. Maybe it's this. Maybe it's that. So Tom came in and said, you guys need to do this. Try this. So Joe's like, Deb, you want to go there? And he goes, can you set up a meeting? I can't get hold of him, blah, blah, blah. Okay, let's go. So we went there and he showed us and it made sense. Think outside the box. It's not government wage. It's not market wage. Here's what's going on, you guys. This is what he does for a living. Someone said, well, you need a professional. It's not Gallagher. It's not Condrey. That stuff's just crazy. Here's where it's at. Here's what you guys should probably be doing. It makes sense. So then he showed us. Joe went and did the scale. You can get a program for it. Every department can do it. That way it doesn't come in pieces and parts. It comes in all at once. You can have each department look at it. I think you guys are going to bring in, aren't you, Gary, if I can ask that question. And you can have the departments look at it. If you look at Joe's scale, it's not that much difference. It's not big changes what he's doing.
Right.
It sets everybody where they should be, and it's not a big market change. He's not going to come in pieces and parts in the next year, because I said you're not going to change anything based on job description or anything the next year. It's all set right here. It's thinking outside the box. It's not way off where it should be. It's set where it needs to be. It's a good example of what to do the other departments, and it's good to go. It's not market value. It's not government value. It's where it should be, and he can start hiring where he should be on the market, so he's not down 3 or 4 people. Like Tom said, and Joe said the same thing. Those people, the young people today, aren't looking for the benefits as much as they're looking for the wage. They're going to see the wage first. We just went through a class through that with a lady. I don't remember who it was, Holly, you were in that class. And she said they're looking at the wage and they'll look at the other stuff later. They want to see where the money's at. The other stuff doesn't matter to the younger generation. They want to see how much you're making. They want the money right away. So all of what he's done is basically what we told him to do. And like I said, I looked at it and I thought he'd be like, oh, yeah, they're $10 more an hour and they're 15, maybe 10 difference. They're not. Some are 13 cents, some are $3, some are $1. He's not way off of the scale he's at now. Now, if he was and he was changing it by, how much are you changing this whole scale?
So on average, everybody, with where they were going to go, the current scale right now and where this scale is, it's about 5% increase across the board on average.
Okay.
Some people see, 8, some people see 7.
8.
It's about 5% across the board.
So what's your total amount of change? For
180, depending on which option. If you went with just our highway workers, it would be about $165,000. And if you went with everybody in our department, it would be about $185,000.
Okay, and you have that in your budget for that change?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So his department can move that without changing our budget and changing his budget where he could suck it up. If we had to change his whole budget, take out something and make it different for this year for him to be able to do that, that would be different. And we'd have to go, okay, now we got to change our budget. We got to do something different. Again, we said, think outside the box. He did something amazing for him to be able to hire, for him to be able to run his department in a way that makes sense.
Mr. Chair.
For me, I don't think he's doing anything that's going to hurt any other department. If other departments want to do it, I think they should be able to. Again, Holly might not be able to hire, or somebody might, Holly's doing well, but maybe Janet or somebody else that can't keep people on because of the wage. I don't know who else is having problems that, maybe it's the wage, maybe it's something else. But for Joe, his CDLs, even Tom said same thing. Joe, you're not going to hire anybody at that. So for me, this is a no-brainer. He thought outside the box. He did it right. He didn't overcharge. He didn't do something where, okay, he paid somebody way above average or anything. He did an average scale. He did it right. He took a professional that does this for a living, and he made a scale that makes sense, so.
Commissioner LaCroy.
Just to follow up, I'm not denying our drivers and CDLs need to be upgraded. I'm for that. What I'm for is option number 2, is we approve that right away. Get the compensation committee back together, get those departments back in there, and you guys work out and come back with something all at once. Elevate can come speak to that whole group and get everybody on board. Maybe our assistants are way too low. Let's do it all at once. But, I understand what everybody's talking about, because I was on board at once too. Every department's separate, and I do believe that, but we also got to worry about people leaving, the wages being so far off and the jobs similar to the same. And I've been out there, I know. I'm not going to sit here and argue from one from the other, why one should be, administrative assistants should be paid more than the other because you feel they have a better skill than the other one. I mean, that's where I think the departments need to come up with a little bit of common ground on that. So that's where I am, and I've expressed that, I think we need to move up, but I also think reforming that compensation committee could work out some of those problems instead of creating some more and distance between departments right now. That's where I'm at.
I think the information that Elevate was able to share is very interesting. It's current, and most of the information that we've looked at has been, past history, at least probably 6 months old to being older. This information is really current, and it's based on what's being advertised for future employees, what's being offered. And this is probably, what's being offered is the low part. They may have to adjust that for individual, during individual interviews and applicants and so forth. So I really like the information. I think it's extremely valuable. I think it's not only, I think it was very much a value for a highway department, and I think it could be a value for all of our departments. I do have a question for Cindy. It's a GASB question, Cindy. So I maybe do not understand what you have to do as far as payroll auditing, meeting the GASB standards and so forth. What does this create for you in your office when we make a change with a department such as this?
I've already spoken with Joe a little bit, and I understand that the need and the desire to move the construction folks to their own wage scale. I understand that. I don't agree with moving the admin people. If we go to start creating a wage scale for every department, it's going to get really messy in my office with keeping track of all of that within our software. So I'm not in favor of doing that at all. But as far as what we have to audit to, we do have to audit to some sort of a scale, and you guys get to approve what that is.
Okay. So explain to me a little bit more, if each department comes in with their own wage scale, what does that do to complicate it in your office? I'm not sure I'm understanding that.
Within our software right now, we already have 3 wage scales. We can't get rid of one and just show one. So when we go in there, we already have the old one, we already have Gallagher, now we have the law enforcement, we have the medical, then we're gonna have highway, then we're gonna have auditor. And the list is just gonna get longer and longer. And then we have to make sure that those are all kept up. And to me, it will be easier if we just have one administrative scale, and then I know we're gonna have these specialized scales for those departments.
Okay, thank you. Other questions for Cindy?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Roskinek.
So Cindy, we did this with a portion of the sheriff's department, Kevin's department. He went in, well, So did we navigate through that, or are you still having problems with that?
Oh, no, we added those positions into our list, along with the medical, but
I guess the parallel that I see with the highway department and the sheriff's department are we got guys hands-on doing physical work relative to safety. In my district and Travis, we have a extensive amount of roads, and in Joe's dialogue, he says, you know, if you can't find the incentive to bring in some employees, I don't like the idea of cutting back on plowing roads or anything adverse like that, because I'm going to be the ones getting the phone calls, and so will Travis. So it'd be nice if we could work through the highway department and then one step at a time. But I think the highway department and the sheriff's department are the two critical ones that we need to make sure that we get a good workforce.
Mr. Chair, may I?
Go ahead.
To that point, the sheriff's office, when they did it, they did the law enforcement officers and their medical staff. They did not do any of their administration staff.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. So Joe, if we did this without the admin, issues that you may have?
I see one issue right off the bat with, we hired an admin, right? But we were fortunate enough to get her from within, and she took a pay cut to come over to our department from another department within the county, right? So it's not only people going from one job to another for more money, right? They're also going from one job to another for less money. So in 2 weeks or 3 weeks, I'm going to be in here asking you guys for an exception to that. We hired another gentleman back, went for another venture, didn't like what he was doing, wants to come back. I have to hire him back at step 5. He was at step 6 or step 7. So I'm gonna have to be back in here again, right? If we have to do something, right, but we don't want to do all the admin and everything, I think it would be simpler from our office, and Cindy will disagree with me, but to put everybody on one scale is my opinion. But we need to do something at a minimum for our highway department or our highway workers. So,
Mr. Chair.
So, 1 second, Commissioner. So later on in our agenda, we're talking about recreating the compensation committee. If we did that and recommendations come from that committee that are different than what your wage scale is in the future, how would you propose to remedy that?
So I think I would propose that, this would be a temporary deal, right? We can go to our own highway scale for now, right? And if the compensation committee comes up with a good one that works overall, I'd be more than happy to move back so we're all on one scale again.
Okay, Commissioner Lassiter.
I guess my question is on the lines of someone who's already working in the county, they're on their current wage scale, they come over to you, what required you to drop them in pay? Is it the structure of the pay scale? Is it the job description? Is it, what required that reduction of pay?
It's our
Because
policies.
if you had a straight across same, okay, maybe I'm looking at this as simplistic, but if you have an administrative pay scale and you're in a administrative position here and you move over to another administration position doing the same thing or similar, why wouldn't you keep the same pay?
It's within our compensation policies, I believe, is where that's at. I don't remember exactly what the wording is in there, but I think HR just went through that with when Pepper joined their team, right? They went through the same thing, so.
Sandy
Right,
Sortland, HR Generalist. Part of our compensation administration policy states that transfers have to go back to step 1, which is part of the compensation administration structure right now for our current policy. So anytime someone transfers from one department to another, they have to start basically over at step 1 if they want to make that transfer.
Can I interrupt?
Sure, because you're probably thinking what I'm thinking.
Up to step 5.
They are starting over. They are not starting over step 1.
Okay.
It's up to step 5.
Yeah, I think there's some clarifications in there. I mean,
The compensation administration policy is something that definitely needs to be looked at.
because I remember, and I think this commission does, that we don't think that's fair. In some instances, we didn't think it was one, and I don't think it's fair with what your gal happened to her just now. I don't think that's fair. So bring it forward.
Oh, absolutely.
But to sit here and say that she lost wages because she moved from one, she was at, I think that's unfair. So I think option number two is to be fair all the way across, and the compensation, look at these transfers like this, so people don't lose money when they have to do that, because that's one of the things we want to do is promote from one department to the next. But it is a career for the county, not just one department.
Okay. Further questions? Comments?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Roskinek?
no, I'm all about compromises, I always have been, and I think option two is a compromise.
Okay. So is there a motion?
Is that a motion?
So Chairman,
No, I'll let you make the motion.
Commissioner Adcock?
so motion one was because, or motion two was because we couldn't have everybody on the, okay,
Okay, you're looking at option one and option two.
yes, but option one was because all the administrative wouldn't work out? Is that what you said? Because they would all be competitive or something? Say again why we couldn't do, why it wouldn't work.
I was
for-
looking at it more from the auditor's office standpoint and having 20-some wage scales that we need to work with. That's how I was looking at it, as to keep all of the administration positions basically on a wage scale.
So when we do
rather than-
compensation committee, we need to do admin and look at admin a lot differently. And then that would change it so Joe's or anybody else's would be a lot different in the future.
They need to look
So
at
then his-
transfers too.
Yeah, that's why you want to do option two, is because that way he can do his people a lot different, and any admin would be differently in the future even on Joe's. So everything else is not covered. Everything is covered in option one that Joe wants to do except for admin. Am I correct?
No, he wants admit in one. And option two, it'd take out the admit, and then that discussion, he'd still get all the other raises, but then admit would be discussed at the comp committee.
That's what I mean. Everything is in option two except admin.
Correct. So that would be, so we have an admin one, we have an admin two, office manager, accountant, Sean, myself, project manager, and then 2 engineering techs. So a total of 9 positions.
Would be not included in option two.
That is correct.
Okay, so, okay, I'm with you then.
Okay,
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner LaCroix?
I would make a motion for option two, which would be to move to approve an independent wage scale for highway workers, foremen, mechanics, traffic department employees only, as proposed effective October 16, 2022.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Further discussion? Any public comment? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you, Commission.
Mr. Chair, there's motion two on that one, too? Okay. Move to place current highway workers, foremen, mechanics, and traffic department employees onto a highway department independent wage scale where they do not lose money based upon their placement on the previously approved 2023 wage budget plus one additional step effective October 16th, 2022.
Is there a second?
Second.
Public comment? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. I do think that, we're going to see, if we adopt a recreation of the compensation committee, I think we'll have a time frame put on that, and so that all of these will be considered during that period of time.
That'd be nice.
Okay. Item 14, Commissioner LaCroix. This is notice of intent to rescind the motion approved on September 6th, 2022 regarding the implementation of the 4-day compressed work week proposal in the county administration building. As I understand it, the primary purpose of this is to really clarify the intent of Holly, let me have you explain this, would you please?
Yeah, Commissioners, why this is back on the agenda in front of you is just for a request to make the motion and the intent clear by taking this clarifying action. The motion that was actually stated at the meeting, at the last meeting, was simply to approve implementing a 4-day, 10-hour work week, January 2nd. That does not include the necessary details that we need it to, because it could be read as that's all county departments, that could be for highway, HHS. So our request is simply to rescind the motion that was made on September 6th. And item 15 is to bring it back in front of you as a new motion that we would request to have the necessary details included in that motion.
Okay. Commissioner LaCroy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Absolutely, Holly, on that. I think that meeting things got convoluted, and my intent was the same original motion with a later implementation and adding the advertising and so forth. And I can see how, after it was recorded and how things laid out, that it became this way. Now on our agenda, I think the way it's followed up, I'll rescind and we can clarify the motion. So I would make the motion to rescind the September 6, 2022 implementing of the 4-day, 10-hour work week starting January 2nd, 2023.
Is there a second?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Is there any comment in regard to this? Back to the commission. Any further discussion? All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner LaCroy.
is there any public comment? Do you want me to make a motion? I'll clarify my motion.
Okay.
I'd move to approve implementing a 4-day work week for the county administration building being open Monday through Thursday, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., starting January 2nd, 2023, to continue to support remote and flexible work schedules for all our county offices and departments, to provide public notice in 3 legal newspapers, and to place notice on the county website, and to review this July 5th, 2023.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Roskinek.
I provide a friendly amendment.
What is it?
Let's hear it.
My amendment would be and review July 5th, 2023, which would be 6 months and be the first meeting after July 4th. Now we've got an exact date.
I think that was my motion.
6 months. I just wanted to have a.
Okay, but he did put July 5th,
Yeah,
Oh,
I did.
okay.
2023 in his motion.
Yeah.
Okay?
We're good.
So amendment not needed?
Nope.
Okay. Is there a second to it then?
He was the second, so.
And Commissioners, can I ask for one slight addition or change to that? The date would actually be January 3rd, because January 1st is Sunday, New Year's Day, so we in turn would be closed as a holiday on Monday, January 2nd. So technically, it would start Tuesday, January 3rd.
Is that okay with Commissioner LaCroy?
You want me to reread that for clarification?
Yep,
Okay. I think I'm going to.
say it again.
And we're okay with the July 5th, right? Review.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Let me do this one more time. Move to approve implementing the 4-day work week for the county administration building being open Monday through Thursday, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., starting January 3rd, 2023, to continue to support remote and flexible work schedules for all county offices and departments, to provide public notice in 3 legal newspapers, to place notice on the county website, and to review this in July 5th of 2023 at Ron's request for the date.
Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second it.
Got a motion and a second. Public comment.
You have two.
Oh, I've got,
sir.
Sam Benny is one of them I have, so.
Hi, Sam Benny from First American Title. I've been up here and given you all the reasons that I had for you not going forward with this motion. You delayed it, you kicked the can down the road, but I don't think you really got out what you needed to do, and that was what Commissioner Roskinick had originally said was, let's put public notice out in the paper so that people can see what it is, give time for them to give you comment. All you're doing is telling them you're gonna close. So all you did was kick the can down the road, which didn't help us. In the end run, I work with the treasurer and the register of deeds, director of equalization daily in most cases. They're awesome to work with. We'll make it work if that's what you guys do. I'm not in favor of it. I want you to know it doesn't work well for my business. I would have rather seen a public notice go out, let people have time to respond. As commissioners, let your people that are electing you let you know what they think. Most people I talk to are not in favor of it. But anyway, that's all I have.
Mr. Chair. Oh.
Yep.
Commissioner Roskinek.
So Sam, when we got together with the title companies, we emphasized that there's going to be a review in 6 months, and the state's attorney's office said, you know, if you have problems the next 6 months, start logging them down, because in 6 months, on July the 5th, 2023, we look at the newspaper feedback, and we look at any feedback that you can provide or other title companies or realtors. We have to make a decision. And hopefully it's not going back to 5 days, because that's really going to be hard. But the employees know that, the general public knows it, it is what it is. We'll see what happens in 6 months.
Yep, we'll do it.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Lassiter.
I'm going to echo, Sam, I was going to echo that I was going to have you make sure you do annotate all the hiccups and things of that nature. I think that's very important during this time frame. And just to point out that I'm still in the same position I was whenever I first voted on this, that I'm still against it in concept as it currently lies. I believe that we can do a 4-day work week for our staff, but also still be open for 5 days. So,
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner LaCroix.
You know, Sam, I think one of the reasons why I support this is because I believe, you know, our labor market is what it is right now because of a lot of different things. I think we put the structure in, and with the 410s, we get that structure into place. Then, as the market gets better and we start doing, maybe we could do half-day Fridays. It wouldn't be so hard. We could swap some people out. But we have to get that structure into place now. That's an option that I've got in my mind of what could happen, because I don't want to totally eliminate you or offend you with this or hinder your business. It's just that I think we start with that structure, and then there's some possibilities with either a half day or rotating shifts later as the market gets better. That's my concept for what it's worth.
Okay, thank you. Mike Mueller, I have a speaker request for him.
Thank you, Mike Mueller, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Might have been a false positive. I was thinking maybe that rescission of that motion means it's gone away. Obviously, that's not the case. Gaining 6 to 8 weeks of delay to January, we got another decision now. It's the same space time between now and then. I appreciate Commissioner Lassiter holding his ground. I don't believe there was sufficient public survey. Our fine treasurer, celebrating 35 years of service, had most of the numbers come out of her office. A lot of people come in, but there are a lot of other people besides title companies who are affected by this. We've heard mortician, we've heard a lot of stories of different services that are needed. I would suggest to continue this item and try to get some more public input. If it's an electronic billboard, if it's email, if it's the said newspapers, if it's just PSAs, to get a feedback with a link on it, to try and get some more feedback from the public at large. I think it's insufficient for your decisions. I appreciate the labor force needing some flexibility. There was also a 5-day, a rotating 4-day schedule offered up that I think HR was interested in, to see how you could stay open 5 days but give 4-day work weeks. So I would appreciate all those considerations, maybe for the general public who can't be here at this meeting or speak to it or understand it. So I just appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair, Mike?
Commissioner Roskinek.
Relative to the rotating, I like that too. That way, this building's open 5 days a week. I think we looked at the cost of doing that. Some departments, that just didn't seem to work. And I'm just assuming that the numbers that they provided us were correct. And that's probably the reason why we're going to do this trial for 6 months, just simply because, to me, if you're going to have retention and be able to hire folks, you got two things we can do. We can think outside the box, or we can increase the wages enough that we don't need to think outside the box. And I don't think the general public or taxpayers want to see a wage increase that we would need for retention and being able to hire. So we're looking at an alternative to try to keep real taxes down for the taxpayers.
Hopefully in 6 months, they know what they're doing if this does pass. Thank you.
And one more, making this decision, what I finally did, on where I kind of switched gears, I looked at the mission statement of the county. And that mission statement says that the county should provide services in a fair, respectful, professional manner consistent with the available human resources. And that's where the problem is, available human resources. And so I think thinking outside the box, hopefully this will solve that solution. Because that's the problem. We just don't have employees, and you can't run an efficient government without employees.
Thank you.
Chairman.
Commissioner Adcock.
Okay, I'll keep saying this. I'm old school. I like the 5-day work week. I did have a conversation with Sam. I work 7 days a week. Always have. But then I started understanding what we forgot is we have 4 days a week with 40-hour weeks. Or 40-hour weeks, 40 hours in 4 days. So that's the main thing is instead of 5 days a week that you're getting 40 hours a week from the employees, you're doing 4 days a week with 40 hours with the employees. So you're getting 40 hours a week, the same amount of hours in 4 days. So you're getting the same amount of time that employees putting in per week. So, but you're not getting the building open 5 days a week. So we have to understand that. Plus, you're getting people that are coming in at 7, for some people that need to come in at 7 in the morning that have to go to work at 8, and you're having people stay later for people that have to come in later in the day. That works out really good for people. The other thing is that I did not know, because I wasn't here the first time, because I was sick, is that people also in certain departments, like the planning department that I worked or that I talked with, if they do the 4-day work weeks, and Brittany comes in Monday through Thursday and Jason comes in Tuesday through Friday. Some people like Jason might specialize in something that he needs to be here on Monday instead of Tuesday or Friday. So then you don't have him, and so they have to wait the next week anyway. Does that make sense? So if you rotate some departments with certain people, you're not going to have them there anyway, and you could be waiting a week before they get back anyway. So some departments can't be rotated because they don't have enough people to rotate some of those specialists, or they don't have enough people, like they have 4 people in their department. So then you could be rotating people that wouldn't be in those departments in the first place to rotate. So after you start looking into all of this and you just think it's a great idea for 5 days a week, some people that's not going to work for anyway, and you're going to have to work them 5 days a week and you're not going to change anything anyway. So to me, that's when I decided, okay, let's do the 4-day work week. Let's try the 40 hours a week. Let's do a trial basis. See if it works out for people. I know Sam, he said, Deb, you got to be crazy. It's not going to work out for me. So I said, Sam, we do have a trial basis for 6 months if this doesn't work out. Some people have called me, and then I said, you're getting 40 hours a week. You're still getting your 40 hours a week, and you can still get in there. For some people like Sam, his business is 5 days a week. That's going to be a problem. Totally understand Sam if that does. I told him call me. And I know people that work for Sam, so they will. I do their hair, so they will tell me. Others said they didn't know. I know I talked with Gary. He said once he told them it's still 40 hours a week. Oh, we didn't know that. So I don't think people are understanding that they're not doing less hours. They're going to be there more time in the morning, more time later in the day. So let's see how that works out. That's the main thing. Again, let's do a trial basis. I've always done that with my businesses. I've done that with certain times of the week for my people. And if it didn't work out, I changed it. Like for my Saturdays or Saturday afternoons or Saturday mornings, or I came in early and 7 in the morning for my people. When I've done hair for 33 years and was flexible in different times. If it doesn't work out, we can change it. So again, 6 months, let's do a trial basis. And I can tell you, I have been telling people, email us, all 5 of us commissioners. Tell your people. Sam, to be straight up, I have been telling people, you don't like it. They called me, you don't like it. Tell people. Call us, email us. The more people that do that, and this is public right now, do that for us, and then we know to change our minds. Sam said, I'm going to be up straight, Sam. Sam said, you guys aren't going to do that. And I said, you want to bet? We will. That will make a difference. If the public says it, they will tell these department heads, these 17 department heads, enough that they will do it as well. Because they will tell us. They will tell their employees, and they will drive them absolutely nuts that you guys need to keep open a lot longer. So it will happen. If the public says it, it does happen. And if they tell us enough and they can't do business and you're hurting their businesses, they will tell us that we will change it. So let's try the 410s. It will be for 6 months. Let's see how it goes. Again, it's still 40 hours a week. They're still putting in the same amount of time. Those employees aren't doing less than, they're doing the same as. So, thank you.
Yeah, by far the most people that contacted me once they understood that offices are going to be open from 7 to 6 Monday through Thursday. That made a difference with them. They didn't have near the objection at that point in time, if any objection. In fact, most of them favored that idea. So,
I agree, Gary.
is there any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you for coming in, Sam.
Gary, I'm sorry. I should have been a no vote on that one. I apologize.
4-1.
I was in agreement. I think I just voted.
Item 16, reestablishment of the compensation committee. And this was originally brought up by Commissioner LaCroix several months ago, that maybe we should look at reestablishing the compensation committee, which I think was basically eliminated in either 2019 or 2020. I don't remember exactly when, but we asked Holly to redraft bylaws for the compensation committee and bring it forward today. And I'm going to suggest that we take a serious look at this, of having a 7-member committee of department heads and 1 county commissioner on it. The committee makeup as proposed here would be the auditor, the emergency services communication center director, the highway superintendent, the sheriff, state's attorney, the treasurer, and 1 county commissioner. And purpose of this is really to start looking internally more as to what we need to be doing relative to wages and salary. And we know that we've gone through a difficult time with the COVID, and now with the hiring and retaining of employees. And almost at every meeting, we deal with a department of trying to make the wages work for that department for individuals that are either attempting to hire or retain. And so I think a better solution, instead of that coming before the board every time, is to recreate the compensation committee and have the compensation committee take these matters under consideration and bring forth recommendations to the board. So that's my recommendation at this point in time, but I'm not the originator of this. I mean, this really came back from Commissioner LaCroix suggesting it several months ago that we take a serious look at doing this.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner LaCroy.
Well, nice job. I mean, I think we discussed this when Gary, I, and some others, the auditor and so forth, and I brought up the auditors, or bringing up the compensation committee, but it was brought up a while back. But Gary gave the direction of how they should be made up. And I totally agree with it. You know, the old compensation committee, I think, was getting up to like 12 people, 10 to 12. It got confusing for HR had to run it. You're going to run it there. I know Joe looks at this and he goes, I'm not on here. You can show up.
He was
Are
on
you?
it. He was on it.
Well, okay, so you're okay. So, okay. Oh, yeah, he is. By gosh. I want to delete that, but I mean, no. But that was the whole idea of this was to bring 7 people and find some common ground. The compensation committee did some good work. They really did. I think it grew too big and we started having too much stuff. Right now, we really need to do some work, and I think you guys can do it. And now I think, now instead of hiring some of these professionals, we got local talent that can come in and help you guys work through this. And I think you got an open commission that's willing to listen to what's going on with you too. So, I mean, that's the whole idea. But Mr. Drews came up with the smaller size. He wants them to focus in on what we got going on, and I agree with that. And I believe we were going to give them a start date, and you had a date to come back with some results.
I think, let's see, is that not,
Did I miss that? We got
It's in the motion, April 1st.
April 1st? Okay.
and they'd be, once they find their results, then we could always review whether we want to keep them going or not,
Starting April 1st or you're
No.
done April 1st?
effective, or no, last till April 1st.
Be starting immediately,
Yeah.
as soon as they can
Yeah.
get together.
You want to read the memo or the motion?
I'd like a motion.
I'd move to reestablish the compensation committee effective September 20th, 2022, and approve the bylaws. It is further moved to direct the compensation committee to bring forth an employee compensation structure, corresponding wage scale, and compensation policies no later than April 1st, 2023, to address the short-term needs and to also work to find long-term solutions.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. And I think one of the things, and since Joe had arranged this and I had an opportunity to sit down with Tom Johnson at Elevate and see the information he had, I think we're going to make an invite to Elevate to come before both the department heads and the compensation committee. Maybe more so to answer questions, but I think the information that he could share, especially with the department heads, would be very interesting to them to see where the basis comes from as to the information. And he's not pushing any kind of an agenda. He's just sharing information that's available to Elevate members throughout the area. And I assure you, it's good information, very, very valuable information, I think, for us as a county.
Who are you going to put for commissioner?
I'm not making an appointment without some recommendations or people stepping up and volunteering.
I'll do it if you want me to. I haven't been on compensation before. I've been on everything else.
Yet, is there other commissioners that would be interested in doing that? We have Commissioner Hadcock that is willing to step forward.
Thank you, Deb.
I've worked with Tom before, so.
I think that you've been chosen. So
It'd be good.
in the membership, I think is a small enough number that it's very workable, but that doesn't mean that other department heads won't be very involved in this whole process. They'll be invited, they're encouraged to participate and so forth. We selected the number of 7, just thinking that that was a workable group, and could come down with some recommendations instead of having 17 people that are trying to make a decision, but they all have input. So I have a motion and a second. We'll take the, as a separate motion relative to appointing Commissioner Hadcock to it. Is there any public comment in regard to this? Seeing none, back to the commission. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Now I would take a motion to appoint Commissioner Hadcock as the county commissioner to serve on the compensation committee.
So moved.
I've got a
Second.
I've got a motion and a second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. Thanks for volunteering, Deb. Okay, items from the public.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Roskinek.
I would like for Holly to read the explanation below that, just for the record. What is, why we have the items from the public, and as you said earlier, no actions taken, but it says no issues brought forth that are not properly noticed, and that's the part I'd just like a little clarification on at the end of that.
So items from the public is the time for the members of the public to discuss or express concerns to the Board of Commissioners on policy and issues affecting county government and its function. Action will not be taken during this item on any issues brought forth that are not properly noticed.
So the properly noticed would be what we put in our agenda.
Correct.
Okay.
So that the public has full disclosure of what the board may be talking about or taking action on.
So that we're all aware going forward, what's applicable and what's not.
But Chairman,
Commissioner Hadcock.
can we not just put who spoke or whatever? I mean, since we have it on tape, isn't it easy just to say, Holly Henney spoke at the mic or something?
I think what our policy currently says is that our minutes contain any action items.
Right.
So is an actual policy that we need to adjust to make a change on that.
I'm planning on bringing an adjustment to your public comment policy. But as for the minutes preparation, we typically only do the action that was taken, and that's based on Robert's rules. If the board wishes to add in public comment, you certainly can do so, but you are not legally required to. The other piece that I just would caution is, we've worked really hard over the years to decrease our publishing costs. And so every stroke or every character that you put into the minutes costs us money to publish. So it's completely at the board directive, whatever you feel is appropriate.
Well, I don't mean Holly Henney's in a paragraph. I meant Holly Henney's spoke on, and maybe not even on. Holly Henney's came to speak. Lloyd LaCroix spoke. I don't know if you need to put what they spoke on, do we?
Well, I guess, Mr. Chair,
You know what I mean?
clarification on that one. So if we had 2 people come up here and speak today, and give us an injection of what they think or whatever, our next meeting minutes are going to say there was no public. Is that correct, or what is it going to say?
The written minutes, yeah.
In the past, we just have the agenda title that just said items from the public.
Right.
And then we don't put anything in there.
Oh, you don't put anything in there. You only put in there no one spoke, like in our minutes.
And Kara just started doing that at the last meeting based on the
2, yeah.
directive that the board had done.
Gotcha. I mean, I think we might need to review it. It would be, I don't know. I don't know. I just kind of one of those things. If we, what based on our last couple of meetings that we started putting that in there, what would we move forward with now? Would we put in there Holly Henney's topic of maybe the role of speaking from the public, not to take motions, or not to take action. That way, you're still doing it, I guess that would be my question. If you were to do it today based off what we're operating off of, and you went up there and spoke, well, you did speak.
You could just put Holly Henny's public comment policy.
Yeah.
I mean, but there's no narrative, there's no,
Yeah, I'm not looking for a big narrative because
it would be
Okay,
just.
so what you're shooting for is to have list names of people that spoke, no matter what the subject was, it's just a list of,
right. So maybe for Holly, it would be Holly Henny's, and then a hyphen, and then make it as short as possible. So, public comment policy, and that's it. Not a narrative. Absolutely not.
I don't think we should have.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner LaCroy.
sorry for interrupting.
No, that's fine.
The whole thing, the intent of that meeting, because that was the meeting that you were gone that we discussed this, was Mr. Ellsworth has brought up the same thing as what he brought up today. Exact same thing. The only thing that I asked the commissioners, I said, what do you think of this? And I asked Kara, on public comment only under this item, if anybody speaks on it, so that person would come up, identify themselves. My name is Lloyd LaCrae. I think Rapid Creek's important, and then da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Kara would put Lloyd LaCrae under public comment, Rapid Creek concerns. And looked around the room, you all agreed, asked Kara, okay, it's simple, no big, not on every subject.
Right. And if I can tack on to that, I remember talking about when I go to the New Underwood City Council meetings, everybody who speaks in the public is there, but like, what if I was there? It was like Travis Leister spoke on water concerns when I was dealing with the PFAS before. They didn't go in there, they didn't put a big narrative that I was talking about this, that, or the other. They just spoke about water concerns or PFAS water issue. And that was it. So something very, very simple. And I mean, I know our small towns are doing it, and the ones that I've seen that my name pops up on. So
Mr. Chair,
Roskinek?
I guess the reason I mentioned that is because on the consent agenda, you explained to the public what the consent agenda is. And so items from the public probably wouldn't hurt each time to read that narrative down below so that they know there's going to be no action taken. I'm just trying to eliminate what happened today and what's happened in the past.
Well, I think you read that, if you have something has public comment, when you come to that, that's why they have a speaker request form. So if you have that, then Gary would normally read that because letting them know that no.
Yeah, I don't read it usually. What I say is that if the public wants to discuss something, no action will be taken on any issues brought forward. But if you want to discuss something that's not on the agenda, now's the time to do it. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
So now's the time to do it.
Okay, moving on.
Public comment.
Okay, so now I don't think we need the recess break that we may have thought we needed at this point in time, but.
Mr. Chair, I move to go on the Board of Adjustment.
second.
Got a motion and a second to go into Board of Adjustment. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried. Item A.
Good morning, Commissioners. Brittany Molitor, Planning Director. Item A is a variance request, VA 22-19, to reduce the lot size from 10 acres to 5.78 acres in an agriculture district. The applicant is the Scenic Volunteer Fire Department. The agent is Charles Maude. The property is located east of the intersection of East Highway 44 and Bear Creek Road. It is vacant of any structures, and there is no special flood hazard area on the property.
Move approval.
When considering variances, we take a two-prong approach, whether granting the variance runs counter to the public interest and whether special conditions exist to grant a variance. I will just read the answers. The requested lot size is 5.78 acres. A smaller lot size should have minimal impact on the neighborhood. The neighborhood consists of agricultural uses and buildings. No, the zoning ordinance for agriculture district requires a 10-acre minimum lot size. The proposed lot size is 5.78 acres. No, the future land use is agriculture, which requires a minimum 10-acre lot size. And no, the requested lot size is 5.78 acres. The proposed lot size should have minimal impact on the safety, health, and general welfare of the public. The second prong, whether special conditions exist to grant a variance. Yes, the fire station is not a use by right in any district and requires a conditional use permit. A conditional use permit was approved by the Planning Commission at their previous meeting. Requiring a greater lot size could be a burden to the public for maintenance, as a public facility would require financial support from the public. And then if a special condition exists, does enforcing the ordinance create an unnecessary hardship? Yes. The fire station will provide a service to the public and protect the public health, safety, and general welfare. Not having a fire station in this location will increase emergency response time in an area that lacks resources to protect the public during emergency situations. And B, yes, allowing a fire station in this location will protect the public health, safety, and general welfare in an emergency situation. And again, the conditional use permit to allow a fire station in an agriculture district was approved by the Planning Commission on September 12th, 2022. So with that, staff is recommending approval of this variance as there are special conditions on the property that would excuse literal enforcement of the Pennington County zoning ordinance.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Roskinek.
Move to approve variance VA 22-19 as there are special conditions that exist on the property that would excuse literal enforcement of the zoning ordinance.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. I'm not sure if I really understand why that's not a permitted use. I would think that anything for public safety, whether it's law enforcement, would be almost fit any category, but.
Right, and then we are working on making those special permitted uses moving forward, so they will just be an administrative review instead of a conditional use in districts.
Very good.
So.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Roskinek.
Good point, because coming down the pipeline, we're going to have Silver City Fire Department and maybe another one, so.
Yeah. So is there any public comment in regard to this? Seeing none, back to the commission. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Item B.
Afternoon, Commissioners. Jason Tennyson, Assistant Planning Director. Agenda item B is variance 22-20 to reduce the required setbacks from property lines. The applicants are Brent and Denise Tjeerdsma. Sorry. Their agent is Jared Alstrom. Location of the property is west of 12388 Little Tiger Lane. The lot size is 8.37 acres, currently zoned agriculture district. It is vacant of any structures or utilities, and there's no special flood hazard area on the property. In researching the property, staff did identify a 50-foot wide private access easement, access and utility easement on the property that conflicts with the applicant's site plan. You can see that up here on the screen. On the left-hand side is what the applicant is proposing. He's got the topography identified here and where he wants to reduce the setbacks to. However, in my research, I did find that there was that 50-foot wide easement for private access and utilities. Kind of threw a wrench in.
For what? Jason,
private access utilities. There's a road that goes through there, so
Okay.
there's a 50-foot wide access easement. Kind of threw a wrench in his plan, so they're going to go back to the drawing board and see if they can't fit this house in there based on the topography that they have. And they requested that this be heard again at the October 4th, 2022 meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any public comment? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried.
Move to adjourn as the Board of Adjustment and reconvene as the Board of Commissioners.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Consent agenda.
The Board of Commissioners uses a consent agenda to act on non-controversial and routine planning and zoning items. The consent agenda is acted upon by one motion and vote of the board. Items may be removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda at the request of a board member or a citizen. The consent agenda for planning and zoning contains the following items. Agenda item C, road naming. Kevin Tome to name a 40-foot wide private access easement to Labrador Trail. And agenda item D, road naming for Andrew Skull to name a 66-foot wide private access easement to Archer Way. And both of these agenda items were approved by the Planning Commission.
Move for approval.
Is there any members of the public? There's no members of the public here. Is there anybody that choosing to have either of these items removed from the consent agenda?
Toby's not public.
Yeah.
Move to approve the planning and zoning consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
You don't count, Toby.
Toby's a public servant.
You see, when Toby came, everybody cleared out.
Not publicly noticed if you come late.
Contested hearing.
Agenda item E is public hearing of ordinance amendment OA 22-08 to amend ordinance 735 building, Pennington County Building Code and Construction Ordinance to amend and supersede the existing Pennington County Building Code and Construction Ordinance. The gist of the changes here is that the county has met with the city, took some of their inputs into consideration as far as updating some of the ordinance references. We didn't exactly have those right, so with their help, we did get those corrected. Probably one of the bigger changes in here is that the city doesn't like the idea of the county offering reciprocity with their contractor licenses. So their feedback was that they didn't want us to do that anymore. So we have amended this code to reflect that. So now anybody who wants to do work in the county has to get a separate license in the county instead of offering that reciprocity to them to use their city license. And that was purely preferential by the city.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Lassiter.
But you're making it a little bit easier for them if they already have a city license, is that correct?
So we will honor their test results from the city instead of having them take the ICC contractor exams. Again, we will honor their test results to apply that towards their county contractor license.
So what was the reason why the city didn't want us to use the reciprocity on that?
That's a very good question. According to Megan, there was no legal reason that they couldn't offer the reciprocity. It's purely their preference.
But we don't prefer that.
Sure.
He's like,
Mr.
"Stop
Roskinek.
Jason, what's the difference between ICC electrical and the National Electric Code?
So we made those changes because that's what the state has adopted. So
Okay.
we're just going to keep in line with what the state is using.
Mr. Chair, can I
Commissioner
ask
Lasker.
Megan a question? Since she's here. Well, since you're here right now.
Physically in the room right now.
Right.
Megan Kruger with the state's attorney's office.
So is it really the city's authority to say whether or not we say that we accept that license in a reciprocity way? I mean, isn't it more on us to say, no, we recognize that what you're doing is appropriate and we accept that?
Yeah, so my opinion, legally there is no reason that I have been able to find that says that the counties cannot accept reciprocity from another political entity. There is nothing that I'm aware of. If there was a statute that the city could point to that was in fact actually illegal, I would love to look at it. The planning department had received an email from a city staff member who was upset about the reciprocity. She is not an attorney. I believe that she is one of administrative staff. There was a meeting between Jason, Brittany, Vicky, who else?
I believe it was Lon.
Yeah, because the city attorney's office and the state's attorney's office said this is not a legal issue. This is a you guys need to work it out issue. And so this was how everyone decided to work it out. To me, this is an illegal issue. It doesn't have anything to, it's just preference, really, because I think that it was causing annoyance for the city.
But since we're
gathered.
But since we're updating it, can we just not just say, well, we accept theirs regardless in a reciprocity way without
Yeah.
having to do any of the extra stuff.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, but I mean, there's always the political implications of whether you want to cause that drama for no reason. But that's up to you guys to decide. I mean, that's not really, that's
But
a
you
really
said the city
legal
attorneys
question.
didn't really care, right? The city attorneys.
No.
So then what political drama would we be creating if just someone in an admin office just doesn't like it?
Well, I think that it's caused issues between the two offices, is my understanding.
Between our office and their planning?
Yeah.
So I think the issue that they have in the city is that whenever a contractor, previously would come to our office and we tell them about the contractor licensing requirement, and then at that time, we would ask them if they had any plans to do any contracting in the city. And if they said yes, then we would direct them to the city to go get that license because we had the reciprocity in the county. The city took that to be interpreted that we're sending everybody over to the city to get contractor licenses just so they can do work in the county, when that wasn't, in fact, the conversation.
My suggestion would be is that we sit down with the mayor or whoever we have to sit down with, have the discussion, because that's not the intent. I mean, if you're asking, if they plan on, doing some contracting work within the city and they say yes, and if they go do that and we accept it, I just don't see an issue. That is there. So I'd be happy to sit down with.
And for all purposes, I mean, reality, accepting their test, it's basically the same as reciprocity. It's just different words.
Yeah. Right.
I mean, I know that sounds, I mean, as an attorney, words matter. I get that. But reality of how this works, it's essentially reciprocity. So it doesn't really matter one way or the other.
Leave it as is.
But, as elected officials, that's within your guys' purview to reach out to the city elected officials to have that
Jason,
conversation.
if you'd send me an email today, I will visit with the mayor tomorrow on that issue.
I just leave it though. How you have it, Jason?
Mr. Chair.
Weird, but.
Commissioner Roskinek.
Jason, can you expand on what a homeowner can do and what he can't? So can a individual that doesn't have a contractor's license build his own residence?
Yes. He can build one residence
Every
in
5 years?
Yep.
But he can't act as a general contractor?
Yes, that's not to mean that, so what we had were some homeowners who were more or less trying to circumnavigate the system that we have in place by coming in and drawing the permit saying that they would be the contractor on their house, and then they would go essentially hire a non-licensed contractor to come in and do the work for them.
Oh, okay.
So that's why we kind of clarified that statement in there as well.
So I'll move approval of the ordinance amendment QOA 22-08.
Second.
I'm sorry, just a comment. Did you want to approve it as it is, or did you want to take this portion out in the meantime until Commissioner Drews has the conversation with the mayor tomorrow?
I think we can amend it later.
Okay.
And if you need to change it.
Yeah, if they-
Megan said it's the same thing anyway.
Okay.
She's shaking her head yes.
So you have a motion to approve the ordinance amendment 08-2208 from Adcock, second by Lassiter.
Yep.
Any further discussion? Say none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Now we're on to item F, Tax Finance District Number 5. Just wait a minute. Oh, sorry, I thought that was Gary. I guess you can start.
Okay. Good afternoon again, Commissioners. Brittany Molitor. Item F is Tax Increment Finance District Number 5 Amendment to amend the existing Tax Increment Finance District Number 5, which was submitted by the City of Box Elder for the purpose of developing Liberty Plaza and will consist of single-family and multifamily housing, commercial retail space, and Liberty Center to include infrastructure such as new wells, street, and sanitary upgrades. The Liberty Center will replace the existing Pride Hangar and serve as Ellsworth Air Force Base's community Community Center located in the city of Box Elder. This amendment is allowed under SDCL 11-9-23, which allows a TIF to be amended and can be increased up to 35%, which this request is within that. The Planning Commission did recommend approval of tax increment Finance District Number 5 amendment. And Mr. Tobin Morris is in the audience from Collier Securities if you have questions.
Move approval.
I've got a,
Second. I was on the
motion,
planning.
okay, let's put did we have the motion actually read?
No.
Move to approve the resolution approving the amendment of the original project plan and contract for private development tax increment financing district number 5 to allow for additional project costs.
Second.
Okay, we got some words that we need added in there.
Oh. We're gonna combine the three motions into one, so it's the first motion and add in the revised assignment agreement as
So
well.
the motion, Commissioner Hadcock, I'll just make a friendly amendment to yours. So it would read, move to approve the resolution approving the amendment of the original project plan and contract for private development and the revised assignment agreement, tax increment financing district number 5, to allow for additional project costs.
What you said.
That's what your motion is.
And I'd be okay.
That's what your second is. Okay. Any public comment? You want to oppose this, Toby?
No, he asked if you wanted to oppose it.
Are you the public or are you?
Pay
See if there's any
attention out
questions, Mr. Chairman. I know when to keep my mouth shut.
Any questions for Toby on this?
None.
All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried.
Thank you.
So that takes care of everything with that
That
one.
whole thing's done?
The whole thing is
That
done.
was easy for you.
At least we made Toby wait a while. Item 19.
Oh, yeah, these. I have a question on this one.
Yes, Commissioners, this is just simply a request to grant spending authority for expenses relating to the courthouse centennial celebration, which is scheduled for November 16th at 4 p.m. This would be combined spending authority for the commission office budget and for the Buildings and Grounds Department, and our request is not to exceed $15,000. I know that sounds like a lot of money. The bulk of that will go to the preservation efforts for the items that were removed from the time capsule, and making sure that those are properly displayed going forward, and the costs of putting in a new time capsule. So that is where the bulk of that will go.
That was going to be my question, Mr. Chair. Are we going to put in another time capsule with this event?
Yes, that is the plan.
No,
Here we go.
no tobacco products.
Yeah.
I cannot believe that.
So I've
Somebody
been
put-
part of putting time capsules in before, but I've never been a part of or witnessing, taking a time capsule out and opening it and seeing what the contents are. So it was pretty neat,
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
except for the snooze can.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I was like, who put that in there? How'd they get that past everybody?
Probably somebody I worked with at one time.
Yeah.
No, but the other comment I had, I'm glad that part of this money is going into preserving what was there, because there were some articles that we were seeing in those newspapers that are really, really interesting, that different groups would like to be able to read. So I don't know how they're going to preserve it page by page, or because I think they were smaller ones, but I know they said they were going to add moisture and open them up, and don't know if they're going to do.
Yeah,
You know.
that's all still to be worked out.
Yeah, but since you're in daily contact with them, I mentioned that we've got people that are interested in.
In other articles?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So-
Absolutely. So with that, the motion we're requesting is to grant combined spending authority for the courthouse centennial celebration not to exceed 15,000 from the commission budget for programs, the photographer, prints, refreshments, and other minor expenses, and the buildings and grounds budget for costs associated with the preservation and the display of the contents of the 1922 time capsule, various historical photographs and prints to be used for permanent display, and costs associated with a new time capsule.
Is there a motion?
Move approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Give me the date again. It's November what?
November 16th.
16, okay.
And Mr. Drews has been asked to give the welcome message at that event.
Very good. That'd be nice. I'll come for that.
Good. Any comment? Questions? All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion, not opposed. Motion carried. Items from the chair and commission members. Shall we combine the two with the committee reports and the
Sure.
other items? Okay, so let's start with Commissioner Lassiter.
He always gets a start.
I know, y'all always start on my side. That's okay. I was adding that to my calendar.
We don't always do that. We started on the other side once or twice.
Oh, once or twice?
Don't recall that.
All right, so Planning Commission, I was at Planning Commission, I kind of gave a little bit of insight on that one from the TIF. Outside of that, Rapid City Public Library Board of Trustees. I actually did not make that meeting because I had another meeting that was conflicting, and I was with Hard Rock Mining that day. I didn't, I did planning and zoning, and then I met with the Hard Rock Mining individuals that day, and it was a pretty good visit. Also, the only other thing I did, other than a lot of my personal work, because we had a dinner for the nonprofit that I run, is we did that Cross Favors site visit. So that was the extent of my time frame for there. It's quick and easy.
Commissioner LaCroix?
I was in Pier for the conference, so I missed the air quality board. And we had the TIF committee meeting this morning. I'll let Ron pass that on to Ron to give reports on. I did have a Human Relations Commission meeting earlier in the month, and also no new news on that, except that they did approve to give the powwow $8,000 for the powwow that's coming. And there's possible discussions of maybe them taking over the parade to Native American Parade on the 10th, I think on the 8th, Saturday. But that was part of the discussions. I did attend the kickoff for the powwow at Prairie Edge last night. And it was a very well-attended event. Stephen Yellowhawk, I think his last name was, he's the president of the powwow board. Our Rapid City powwow has grown to be, I think it's about the 5th largest in the country, behind New Mexico and a few others, and they're really pushing to trying to get to number one, or get up in that process. And a lot of that is prize money, getting the prize money up there to get the attendees here. So that was a pretty good event. This commission, if I would have known that, I probably would have kind of hit you guys up. You can sponsor prizes for the dances, prize amounts. And so I sponsored one 4th place one for $200, but they go all the way up to $2,000 for some of the dances and stuff that they do. Yeah, I would have hit you guys up for some money for prize money if I'd known they were doing that, because as I was walking away, Amy's husband, Tracy Sazu, when I signed up for the $200 one, he goes, "Wow, you're doing $2,000?" And I about shocked. I had to turn around and go back and look at the board to see what I put down. So, but I think that's a pretty neat concept for our community. You know, if you guys ever decide to do something like that, we can sponsor a dance. There's umpteen dances. We can sponsor a prize for the dancers. So, and they still do what they call Powwow 101, where you can go down there, have a room down there, and You go in there and they'll explain to you what some of the dances are and what's happening in the arena. And if you're person's uncomfortable, they'll even take you to the arena for the powwow and explain what's happening and so forth. So it's pretty good. Whitney Redcounter's daughter even did two dances for us down there, and he explained what each one meant and so forth. And so it's pretty interesting. But they're working really hard on that. So with that, I'll pass.
Okay. I'm going to also let Ron speak about the MPO Executive Policy Committee. That's what you get when you sit on the side, Ron. You got to take care of all these things. So I too attended the county convention in Pierre with several others up here. And one of the things that I would like to applaud Holly and Janet Saylor, is their work on putting together the resolution that came out of the Black Hills district for adjusting the fees when you mail out the license plates. This particular year coming up is when everybody's going to be issued new license plates for their vehicles. And so the cost of mailing is not set so that we can even come close to break even on it. And so they have proposed a resolution and have already found sponsors in both the House and the Senate to carry that legislation and help draft the legislation. And so this will be a big assistance to not only Pennington County, but other counties that face this issue because of postal rates increasing. So, and then the other thing that happened there is I was also the chair of the bylaws committee. The new bylaws that were presented were adopted by the convention, so they're into effect, which allows us, I represent Pennington County on the South Dakota Association of County Commissioners Board, but I am now the first vice president, and according to the bylaws, the first vice president doesn't have a vote, and so that entitles Pennington County to have another member of the board to be on that. And so the next meeting of that is in December. Before that time, we'll bring a resolution forward to allow us to make that new appointment also. Last night, I attended the Central States Fair Board meeting. It was a good meeting. It was a wrap-up of the Central States Fair in August. It turned out extremely well. Can't say enough for the staff at the Central States Fair, the board of directors, the volunteers that assisted with pulling that off. It really was a great fair, and activities have not slowed down since then. Last weekend, they had 9 events taking place at the fairgrounds. This weekend, there's another 6 events taking place at the fairgrounds. And so the facilities just continue to be extremely busy out there. And financially, it looks like not either all the money or all the bills are still paid for the fair, but it gives all appearances that it'll be a good fair financially for Central States Fair too. And last week I did attend a meeting, a central meeting, where some of us were invited to participate with the South Dakota Conservation Districts for the Western region. I did attend that. It was a good meeting. It's mostly for candidates for office, and so we had candidates for legislature and county commission, all the way from Lemon to at least through Custer County. There may have even been somebody from Fall River, I don't recall now. But it's explaining the conservation districts of which they continue to express their appreciation to Pennington County for the funding that we do provide for them. And then as part of my regular job, I attended their county convention Sunday and Monday in Oklahoma, at which time, again, they thanked Pennington County for participation. Not all counties, I think probably up to about 10 years ago, most of the counties all financially supported conservation districts. And then when they hit some tough times, there were some of the counties that withdrew from that and not supporting them. And it's really hurt the conservation districts. So they appreciate the counties that do continue to participate financially with them. So that's all I've got. Commissioner Roskinick?
Well, myself and others, we made the site inspection on the Rima Gold Storage Facility, and I observed two potential approaches to what I call the subject property.
About that.
And as Gary said, Gary and I attended the Rep City MPO meeting, which provided an overview of current transportation projects and projects that are on the drawing board. And the ones of most interest to me would be the way they're going to handle on and off traffic down by Reptile Gardens and Neck Yoke. A traffic light's not an option because they don't want large semis to get down at the bottom, then have to try to take off. So, and then I think 2026, that's when the intersection of Sheridan Lake Road, not Sheridan Lake Road, but Highway 16 in Catron, that'll be a single point overpass, similar to Haynes Avenue. But the other day I came in on Sheridan Lake Road thinking, I'm going to get down here in no time flat. And when I got to Catron Boulevard and Sheridan Lake Road, I sat there for probably 15 minutes before I could get through that intersection. But that's a busy time of the day. And so when
What time was it?
that was 20 to 8.
20 to 8?
Anyhow, they're school. I didn't know that, but that intersection's, there's plans to reconstruct that to handle some of that early morning traffic. Gary and I attended the Hill City Chamber Mixer that was held at the Visitor Center in Hill City. Got to meet some of the business owners and our chamber director, who does an awesome job promoting Hill City. And when she puts out a memo, it goes right to Joan, and I'm sure Joan sends it right on to you. So everybody should know what's going on in Hill City. Attended the South Dakota Association of County Commissioners in Pierre, and the classes that I wanted to go to and went to were Where Have All the People Gone? That would be just basically what we've been hashing through all day relative to how do you go out there and hire people and retention. County bankruptcy. I thought that was pretty interesting because I actually think there's some counties that are in dire straits, and one of the county officials said, look, it's not a matter of trying to retire debt. It's a matter of how am I going to pay my employees next month, and that gets kind of scary.
I know.
But there was no clear direction on that, but if push comes to shove, I think there's a method that county could declare bankruptcy from what I understood. Tax freeze for seniors and disabled, that was going to be put on by Wendy Semler. She had found out the last minute she had another appointment, so I don't know who put that on, but there was in 2023, the threshold is going to be changed for your property value. It's going to go from 307 to 317.7. That's about a 7.5% increase. And then the yearly income is going to go up from 3760, I think from 35 to 3765, which is about 7.5. I think that was what they considered the rise in inflation. But this form, I pointed out, being an appraiser for 30 years, the form says assessed value, fair market value, and I brought that to their attention. And so it's going to get changed. It's not, she said, well, you know what? Your assessed value's got to be 100% of your market value. But I said, you want us to be consistent through the way we do things. And I said, one side of the form says this, the other side of the form says this. That's confusing to me. And so they're going to change it. And then it was pretty cool because Janet's in the audience, and And they were looking for the audience to say, what do we need to do different? So there was a lot of audience participation in that. And then Gary and I attended the Western Dakota Regional Water Project. I thought that would be a little more heavily attended, but there were some good questions and answers in that particular session. I attended a Hill City Economic Development meeting and updated those in attendance on what was happening on the county level. And then I heard what was happening in Hill City, such as the TIF. So we have a fairly large project going on in Hill City, and Toby represented the owner last night, who's trying to get a TIF to make it financially feasible, and the city put a stop work order on this building because they didn't like the colors. So last night there was a huge, well, I'll go into that, but anyhow, that was brought, and they encouraged people to attend last night, where they wanted the planning and zoning department to pull that stop work order, and then later on in the meeting they wanted the county to, or the planning and zoning department to approve the TIF. Attended the Pennington County Council of Aging, where we discussed the amended bylaws, and thank you, Holly, for doing that. And request for funding, which would be Meals on Wheels. That's probably our largest request. That doesn't necessarily have to be for fuel. It could be for tires or just maintenance on the vehicle. And then Melanie Tim, who's the Hope Center director, she kind of explained what the Hope Center does, and actually it does quite a bit. She also said that they're looking for a new facility. And she said the facility they're looking for would be 4 times larger than their current facility. So I got on Rapid Map. Their current facility is 4,465 square feet. So they're talking 1,800 square feet. So that's all she would say, other than the fact that they're working with the city, trying to work out zoning issues and some infrastructure. And then we were asked to review and amend, if necessary, the guidelines for senior services transportation funding. So when these organizations come to us, there's a form that they got to fill out and some guidelines. And I gave those to Holly, and I asked her if she'd look those over. And I think that's we're still working through that, but it was a really good meeting, and I'm glad to be part of that particular committee. So last night I attended the Hill City Planning and Zoning meeting relative to TIF 3. I saw a lot of deer in the headlight. Your Hill City Planning and Zoning Department, I don't know how much experience some of those people have, but Toby did a wonderful job convincing them. So when you got like 30 or 40 people, and one of the city council or planning and zoning said, well, do you think you got support? And he said, I don't think these people are here in the audience for the excavation permit. And that kind of got some laughter going. And anyhow, it's going to move on forward to the Hill City Council that TIF was approved. Then I'm working with Gary and I were at the Hill City Yard maybe a month, 2 months ago, and Joe kind of showed us the current facility. That would be probably something that would be better under the building committee, but if the South Rochford Road gets paved, they're going to need another piece of equipment and another piece of equipment on top of that. They're just not going to have enough building area to support that. And so I'm working with Nyman's. We're just kicking tires right now to see, they've got some existing buildings that would work pretty good for the county. And then in the interim, we found out that the Hill City Ambulance, they need to expand because they don't really have a place right now. And so we showed those folks the county yard, and we've worked out some details with the South Dakota DOT, which we have a current contract with, but I think we got that worked out. So if the Hill City Ambulance wants to proceed, then I would move over and start visiting with the Nymans. And so I put together a package that shows what each property has, what they offer, and just so that if it goes to that extent, they can visually look and see what we're trying to do. But when I talked to Jim Nyman a couple of weeks ago in Deadwood, I don't think it's so much about the money, as I've mentioned before. I think it's about trying to do something for the community. So I think trying to do something for the Hill City Ambulance would be that edge that we need for him to say, well, look, we're not out to make money. You gave them a sweetheart deal. What can we do for you? So we're just kicking tires right now, but I think it'd be a win-win for both of us. I think that's it.
Okay, Commissioner Adcock.
Fire Service Board, went to Scenic, and they have the best hamburgers every year you ever made. Frank Bloom makes hamburgers, he brings the hamburgers, and then we have lots of food. We're changing the bylaws, we'd like to have 6 meetings a year instead of 12, so we're trying to figure out how that's gonna go. Also went to the 2022 Annual County Convention, went to budget forecast, county bankruptcy. What else did I go to? Rules of Leadership with Mark O'Connell. That was really good. The keynote speaker I thought this year was very good. Let's see, what other meeting did I go to? I went to the breakfast, the Western Dakota Regional Water System. I thought that was one of the better meetings. That was very interesting. Let's see, the Safety Awards Luncheon. What else did I go to? Oh, that's the one we went to, Holly. That was with the lady.
Where did all the people go?
Yeah, where did all the people go? That was good. So enjoyed the conference. Went to the RDO supper. That was really good supper. Then that was on Monday and Tuesday. Let's see what else. Oh, October 8th at the courtyard in Box Elder. That is when the Volunteer Fire Service Board is going to have their annual to do. All the commissioners are invited if they'd like to go. That'd be a Saturday night. Also, October 15th is the Colton Dewar Foundation Gala, if you're all invited to go to that. Holly, I think, and Joan had sent a invitation. That's for the veterans. It's for the PTSD veterans. It's a Colton Dewar Foundation is all funded and there's no overhead. All the money goes to the veterans. It's a great organization. I helped it, I think, for the last 7 years. Do baskets and stuff for them, but a lot of the ranchers and different people contribute to that throughout the community. We thank them for that. It's just a pretty cool organization. So I'd like to see you all there. Gary, I see every year, so that's pretty cool. Ron said it sounds like he wants to go this year. So, and again, Volunteer Fire Service Board, they always have good food, and this year it's going to be out in the courtyard in Box Elder. So you're all invited.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Roskinek.
I forgot one more item.
Okay, Lloyd.
Well, it is 2:00. We are going to have our first hard rock mining ordinance committee Thursday between 3 and 5 upstairs in the Planning and Zoning Conference Room. For the Mineral Industries Association, I reached out to Kathy Johnson, Mike CPAC, and Quinn Neff. And then for the area landowners or concerned citizens relative to water quality and monitoring, Rebecca Turk, Bruce Ellison, and Rick Bell has agreed to join that. And then Travis and I will serve as commissioners, and then Charlie Johnson will be the moderator. We put together an agenda. The agenda will focus on distance from mining operations to private property, water monitoring, and all related issues relative to water, and then the social economic concerns. Lawrence County has this in their ordinance, and it works well according to their commission. So those are the three that we're going to try to hash out in this 2 hours.
Very good. Anything else? The next item we have is approval of the vouchers. I need 2 different motions here. Move to approve the voucher for the Rose Inn LLC in the amount of $350.
So moved.
Mr. Adcock will be abstaining from this. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. 4 in favor. Commissioner Adcock abstained. Motion passed. Motion 2 to approve the remaining vouchers in the amount of $2,865,204.87.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Need a motion to go back to executive session.
Mr. Chair, move to go into executive session pursuant to SDCL 1-25-2, subsection 1 for for personnel issues, and 1-25-2, subsection 3 for contractual/pending litigation issues.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. I need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Got a motion and a second to adjourn. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. We're done.
Aye, aye.